Oh, you're a detective again.
Fuck me. Not really. Please don't.
You are now a detective again.
For you.
I hope you're enjoying your detectiveness.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I guess I can get rid of chat, huh? Goodbye, chat.
Oh, I can't. Is there like a way for me to watch this right now? Or no?
To watch what?
The recording.
I mean, you could watch OBS, but it's just you and me on the podcast set.
That's true. Okay, I don't need to.
Yeah, there's no like videos or pictures or anything. Or chat, so we don't need to worry about that.
Yeah. You'll just have to use your imagination.
Yeah, I'm responding to you directly. Yes, you. That's right. How many of you got creeped out, huh?
That creeped me out. I didn't know what you were talking about.
Well, I was hoping someone would have chatted at that moment, and then I could have been like, yeah, that's right. I'm talking to you, pal. And then they'd be like, wait, whoa, is she actually talking to me? But it's harder to, pretend when I can't hear anybody or see anybody or whatnot. Welcome to our first recorded episode of season 3, guys. Gonna be a path of nostalgia, joy, and sadness, because there's a lot of sad stuff that happens in the 90s. A lot of sad stuff.
I totally didn't remember a lot of the bad things that actually happened in the 90s.
Yeah, there's a lot of shit, bro. I researched a lot of the bad shit, and Lila researched a lot of the fun stuff. So we're gonna cut it up that way.
Yeah.
We're gonna hit you with the bad and the sad first, and then we'll get into some fun stuff. I feel like that's probably for the best. We'll get the bad stuff out of the way, and then we can, end on the high note. Exactly.
And on a high note,
indeed.
Also,
indubitably,
I'm super excited for this intro, bro.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Let me adjust Lila's volume here. Can you talk again?
Super excited for this intro, bro.
Super excited for okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're on the same level. I think we're pretty good. It's hard to tell without chat, but All right, so Lila wrote up this intro, guys. We haven't practiced it, so this is gonna be a fresh run.
Okay, are you ready?
Yes.
Whoa! Did we just time travel, or is it just me?
If by time travel you mean mentally stuck in the greatest decade ever, then yes, 100%.
Welcome to Series of Geektastic Events, the show where we rewind the best of the past and relive all the iconic moments that made the 90s totally rad.
I'm Sero, your guide to all things neon, Tamagotchi, and the questionable fashion choices we all thought were cool.
Lila, here to remind you that dial-up internet was actually a struggle. And no, your parents never really understood your obsession with Pogs.
Today we're diving deep into 90s pop culture, movies, music, fashion, and all the stuff that made this decade unforgettable.
Grab bracelets, dust off your VHS tapes, and don't forget to feed your virtual pet.
Because this episode is about to be all that and a bag of chips.
Get jiggy with it, my home skilly biscuits.
All right, guys. We hope you liked that very elaborate intro for you guys today. I think it was great. You did a great job. I love the color coding.
Thank you.
It's perfect. It's very well thought out. We have to start making like our intros more fun.
Yeah, this was fun. Like, I like when we do the back and forth like this. It's really fun.
Yeah.
I also forgot VHS tape. Like, I temporarily forgot VHS tapes were a thing when I totally still own a bunch of VHS
Yeah,
tapes.
same. I own a whole tote full of them.
So, yeah.
I love VHS tapes.
I had the Sailor Moon VHS, like, as VHS tapes, the movies.
Yeah.
They were my favorite.
Ooh.
I still think about those. Why did
Okay, there we go.
dang it. I have to pee.
Okay, well, while you go pee, I can start in on some of the politics.
Strap in, guys. This is gonna be a bumpy ride.
Yeah, we're going for bumpy first, and then we'll smooth out at the end. Okay,
Pull
so
up your seatbelts, keep your hands and feet inside the ride of this time travel machine.
Excuse me, if it was a bus, there's no seatbelts. We don't have seatbelts. Buses don't have seatbelts.
But it was a bus. Maybe it was.
It's not the Magic School Bus. Hello. Wait, when was that out? When was the Magic School Bus?
Oh, that's a good question. Magic School Bus.
The 90s! Alright, guys, we're going on the Magic School Bus right now.
Okay.
These kids are gonna learn about trauma. That's their first lesson of the year. I mean, yeah. Alright, you go to the bathroom. Alright, folks.
Potty.
So, we're gonna get into, like, all the nitty-gritty, but just a brief overview of, like, what America was dealing with for our, our top power, our presidente. That's not how you say it in Spanish, I'm pretty sure, but I am fake. I'm a fake Mexican American, okay? I don't know how to speak Spanish. So we're just gonna bypass it. All right, so we have George H.W. Bush, who started in the 80s, ended in the 90s, so he was the first president of the 90s. And then we have Bill Clinton, which we will go into a little bit later. Controversy, guys. Controversy. Very much drama. Kind of like, no, I wouldn't say it's like similar to the drama we've had in the recent years, but like it got to the point of impeachment, which is, pretty similar. So, yes, those are our two presidents. We were also coming off of the Cold War. So this is known as the post-Cold War decade. And both the dissolution of the Soviet Union, aka Russia, and China still recovering from their like dark period politically and economically. That meant that those two superpowers were wiped off the table. And the USA became the sole superpower of the time. This led to a lot of peace and prosperity for Western countries, actually. I didn't realize this. I'm going to skip over to the economy, but the 1990s are remembered as a time of strong economic growth, steady job creation, low inflation, rising productivity, economic boom, a surging stock market, and rapid technological growth. Like, a lot of great things happened in the 90s, and a lot of that is because the other two superpowers at the time were in their struggle era. And the US kind of came up and was like, hey, it's our time. And a bunch of other Western countries flourished because of that as well. So this was the decade for the Western countries, which is interesting. We also have not so great things, though, right? A lot of war, a lot of violence. So we're going to just run through a few of these events. We have the Iraq invading and conquering Kuwait, which leads into the U.S. because the UN asked the U.S. force to send or the U.S. to send forces to the Persian Gulf and like deal with it, right? Deal with the invasion. And that led to aerial bombing in Iraq in 1991, which caused a lot of problems. There's a lot of protesting, a lot of like both inside the U.S. and outside. And then a month later, after those aerial bombings, they were able to drive Iraqi forces out of Kuwait in under 4 days. But just like basically anytime the U.S. like intervenes in something outside of their country, I feel like there's always going to be a debate about it. But this one was particularly big because of the aerial bombing. And then we have, unfortunately, our start as like, I don't, it's not like an era, but it's the beginning of domestic terrorism why am I
Ooh.
starry eyed? Domestic terrorism, foreign
Starry-eyed for
terrorism.
domestic
Yeah,
terrorism.
I know. Starry eyed for terrorism, guys. What is going on? Yeah, but I mean, obviously there was terrorism before this, but this is where this is when things built up. This is right before 9/11. Um, there's multiple attacks we're going to talk about, but we'll start with the one that I think is honestly the most interesting, the World Trade Center. So, as we all know, 9/11 happened 2001, and that was also the World Trade Centers. This one happened in 1993, the very first one, and it was a bombing of the World Trade Center. So it was carried out on February 26th, 1993, and a van bomb detonated below the North Tower of the World Trade Center, they were hoping to make the North Tower collapse into the South Tower, which would have killed tens of thousands. And it was organized by the same people, like, not, it wasn't organized by Al Qaeda, but it was organized by a linked group, is what they said. So this is like the beginnings of a future plan that obviously went a lot more successfully, unfortunately. This one, however, failed. They were not able to collapse either of the towers. There were people that lost their lives. There were 6 people who lost their lives, and unfortunately one of them was pregnant as well, which is really sad. And there were like thousands of people that were injured, but fortunately nothing more serious happened than that. Like, their plan completely failed. What I didn't know about this situation, which Lila, I think you're going to find very infuriating as much as I did, the FBI knew this was happening, allegedly. I don't want to get any calls. All right, I'm just saying it, allegedly. God. So an FBI informant who was like a part of the terrorist group that was creating the bomb and had this whole plan, he was like in there, undercover. He was a key witness for the trial of the organizer behind the attack. And he said that the bomb itself was made under supervision from the FBI. So the FBI knew this bomb was being made, or these bombs. I think there was more than one. But the FBI supervisor that was like overseeing this whole situation supposedly, now this is what the key witness accuses, supposedly declined to move forward with a plan that would have used phony powder in the explosives instead of the active powder. For whatever reason, he didn't give a reason in this accusation, but for whatever reason, the FBI supervisor decided that that was not the plan they wanted to go forward with. So this bomb that eventually made it to a destination, the World Trade Center, and actually blew up and actually killed people, was a bomb that people in the FBI knew was being made and had an opportunity to like sabotage so that it wouldn't have like gone off at all. I mean, like, obviously these are accusations. There's no like definitive proof out there as of right now that was like for sure happening. But the key witness for the FBI informant who was the key witness in this whole plot is the one that is accusing them of this. And so it's really hard to like not believe it, right? And like it kind of brings to light a lot of like issues people started bringing up after 9/11, which is like a lot of these like attacks before 9/11, I should say, they did have information on them, but they just didn't act as they would nowadays, you know? Same thing with like, I mean, school shootings nowadays, though. Like some of the school shootings that happen and are successful, like in a bad way, successful, they have had indication of this person possibly being that type to like shoot up a school, and they haven't done anything. They've just like watched them. They've like literally gotten information about it, and they've just like not done anything.
With
Though I will
Columbine.
say some of the forces have been able to like stop things premeditatedly, like preemptively. There we go. So it is getting better, but I think it's so crazy that this is even like something that could have happened, right? Like 6 people did die. Like yes, it wasn't as successful as they wanted it to be, but it still killed people. I don't know. I just feel like I get like there's sometimes sacrifices have to be made to like actually catch certain types of criminals.
What you're saying.
Yeah. But it's just weird. I don't know. It just surprised me when I was reading about it.
Yeah, that surprises me too. No wonder why people are like, 9/11's an inside job.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that'll definitely fuel the conspiracy theorists out there. Okay, so that's the first big one that I'm talking about for 1990s. There is another one that happens 2 years later, the Oklahoma City bombing, which happened in April of 1995, which is still, I believe, the deadliest act of domestic terrorism. So like terrorism from people that are from our country. Um, if anyone doesn't know what like domestic terrorism versus just like terrorism is, because like obviously 9/11 killed a lot more people than what I'm about to say, but that was a foreign terrorist group. This is someone that lived in our country terrorizing people in our country. So yeah, it's the deadliest act of domestic terrorism. 167 people were killed and 684 were injured. It destroyed a third of one of like the main building, which I think had to be fully rebuilt. And I don't think they built it in the same spot. I believe they built it somewhere else, if I can remember correctly. And it also damaged 324 other buildings in the area. It caused $652 million worth of damage. And all of this destruction, turmoil, death was caused by a US citizen who was a veteran of the Gulf War. He was also a like I'm trying to think of the word. He was like for militant like authoritarianism or something. Like he was like he was like into like private military shit. Like that's the type of person he was, or like what he believed. Um like not guerrilla warfare, but I'm trying to think of what I mean. But he supported like military authority to like the max, right?
Oh, okay. I
Yeah.
get what you're
Yeah.
saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember how they
Like a
phrased it in
militant
the
rule.
article I read about it, but
Yeah.
yeah. So that was this is the mastermind, right? Um I'm not when I'm also going to say I'm not going to go too much into the actual terrorists cuz they don't deserve it. That's what they want. They want to
Mhm.
be known. And like, so I'm mostly going to talk about, the victims and also like the what came after. Like what
Yeah.
policies, what changed in our government, in our society to make things better, right? So, in response to this bombing, the US Congress passed the Anti-Terrorism and Effective Death Penalty Act of 1996. This allowed US citizens to file civil lawsuits against some foreign countries when Americans were killed in terrorist acts. And it also authorized the State Department to designate foreign terrorist organizations. Um, so that's when like we started doing like the designations for terrorist groups around the world. That's when that first, and like the civil suits is huge because previously, if they were involved in a terrorist attack, they would have had no way to like gain any sort of like money from like the people that hurt them and like traumatized them. And that was passed in 1996. Yes. Okay. And then we have another bombing in 1998, which those two, it's two bombings, but they're both U.S. embassies, and they were basically set off like at the same exact time. Like it was by the same group of people. They like set them off as close as they could together. Um, that one killed more than 200 people, and it was two truck
Wow.
bombings of two U.S. embassies in two different countries. One of them was in Kenya. The other one was in I remember. They were both in
Somewhere.
East Africa, I believe. Both of the bombings and of the embassies. Did I write it down? I didn't. But a big thing about this is these attacks were like straight up organized by followers of Osama bin Laden, who later went on to explain his motivations for these targeted attacks. So this is when Osama bin Laden became like one of the villain most villainous people of like in the American society, right? Like they still have.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, we're gonna take a little tangent here for a second. My father
Yeah.
goes to the shooting range. He owns guns. He goes to the shooting range, and a lot of the shooting ranges have target practice like sheets. Like they put like paper up and they shoot bad guys. And there's always terrorists on there. Osama bin Laden's always on there. Um, Hitler's on there.
Really?
I think Stalin might be on there. I don't remember. I'd have to go look. My dad brings them home and like shows me, look how many times I shot this guy, or like. So
Gosh.
Osama bin
That I
Laden
can't.
is one of those people that's on like. There's like 9 people that are like the most evil people for Americans, and they're all on that target board. That's my tangent. Yeah, he just brings the
Totally see
sheets
that.
home and he's just like, look how well I did. And I'm like, wow, cool, dad.
How well I did. I love that.
Yeah,
Your
no,
dad.
yeah, my dad. They also have like really fun, like Galactica ones that are like way more fun and cute and like wholesome. But he brings those home too sometimes. Okay, so back to the seriousness. So, yes, this one was organized by followers of Osama bin Laden. And the reason for targeting these embassies was supposedly because of the Operation Restore Hope, um, which was directed from one of the Kenyan embassy, and supposedly claimed the lives of 300 or 30,000 Muslims, according to Osama bin Laden. The Operation Restore Hope was a UN sanctioned task force. So again, the UN stepping into foreign relations. Uh, it already had a task force. Like they've had several task force. This was like the task force that was replacing the old task force, and then a new task force replaced this task force. But this specific one was deployed to Somalia to replace the previous task force. And I will say that regardless of whether or not Osama bin Laden is telling the truth about 30,000 Muslims losing their lives, this task force was exposed various times for human rights violations, cases of abuse, the R word, and murder of civilians. Like, this task force was not known for being good. And I mean,
Um,
there's no report of any like Muslim specific civilians dying. But regardless, that was bin Laden's supposed motivations behind his bombing of the embassies. Because the Kenyan embassy was supposedly where that whole task force was like directed from. So like the embassy was where they
yeah.
were getting their direction from. And I'm not sure why he bombed the other embassy as well. He just gave an explanation for that one embassy, but I'm assuming it was just because it was in the same area. Um, but yeah. So that is that bombing. And in response to this bombing, Bill Clinton, who is now the president at this time, orders a series of cruise missile strikes on targets in Sudan and Afghanistan. So he targeted followers of bin Laden. I think there was one that was like a pharmaceutical warehouse or something. And obviously, again, this was highly debated. Anytime that the US goes and like missile strikes, bombs, gets involved with foreign relations, there's going to be a debate. So there were obviously protests and like people not very happy about things. But overall, because of how many like attacks were happening in the 90s, a lot of people were like behind it, you know?
Yeah.
I didn't see as much like protesting as I assumed I would. But I'm thinking more of like Vietnam War rather than like this is a whole different thing, right? Like the Vietnam War, we should definitely get into the Vietnam War at some point cuz like
Yeah.
there's a lot there.
Yeah,
There's a
we
lot to
should.
unpack. Um but this I think because of like how close to home like the domestic terrorism that was happening, I think that changed a lot of people's perspective on things for a really long time, especially after 9/11 obviously. But even leading up to it, like things were changing. Okay, guys. We've made it to the last big bombing of the 1990s. It literally was like the last one. It was planned by Al Qaeda to occur on or near January 1st of 2000. So they wanted to like ring in the millennium with torture, destruction, despair, all of that. All of that jazz. Um and those are called the Millennium Attack Plots. So there's a couple different things. We'll go through them all, but there's an LAX bombing plot. There's a U.S. Navy ship bombing plot. There's a hijacking of an Indian Airlines flight, and there's also attacks on 4 different tourist sites in Jordan. So they had a huge plan for the turn of the millennium. Like 2000s was
Yeah.
coming and they wanted it to be big. So we have the plots in Jordan and US were fortunately unsuccessful because of law enforcement agencies. So they got tips, they got information on different people, and they were able to stop all of the attacks on U.S. soil and in Jordan. So those plots did not go well. The Navy ship the U.S. Navy ship that they were trying to bomb, it was okay. They call it unsuccessful, but I'm like unsure how this is unsuccessful. So the terrorist group put on a smaller boat like a bunch of explosives and like sailed it. I don't know if that's the word. Sailed it into the U.S. Navy ship, and it blew up and damaged the ship. And so the ship sunk before it could actually get blown up by the bombs that were on the ship, like in the cargo. So they call it a failure, but the Navy ship still sunk. So I guess it was still unsuccessful because it didn't like blow up, maybe?
Huh.
It still
Okay.
sunk. It still sunk. The ship sunk fully. I'm assuming they didn't report anyone like dying. So I'm assuming they have evacuated and it sunk, and that's probably why it's unsuccessful now that I'm thinking about it. Because they were able to evacuate. If it was like an actual bomb on the ship, that'd be a different story. Okay, yeah. So ship failure, Jordan and U.S. soil failure. The Indian airline flight, was indeed hijacked, which is also like I mean, like I've been saying, this is eerily like leading up to 9/11. Like it just like it's getting closer and closer to like, yeah. It was just like I was like, wow, this is a lot like happening up until then. Like you could tell like how they were getting bigger and bigger with their plans, right? And they successfully hijacked the Indian airline flight. On Christmas Eve, nonetheless, of 1999. So on Christmas Eve, they hijacked the plane, and they had a bomb in the cargo that was timed to go off at midnight of December 31st. But I don't remember where they landed. They landed wherever they were supposed to be landing, and the Indian government was able to negotiate and agreed to release 3 captive militants in exchange for the passengers and crew being held hostage. So ultimately that was a failure as well, because the bomb thing never happened. Like they got 3 captive militants, but all of those people survived. The Jordan plots and the US soil plots and the Navy ship all were failures. And I mean, eventually they didn't really get what they wanted out of the Indian airline flight, I'm assuming. But the fact that they even were able to hijack the flight is insanely scary. And I mean, it's telling. It's telling. Because that's only like when okay, so it's September 2001 and this happened December 1999. So they literally had a year and a half to plan for 9/11 at that point. After this big failure.
Crazy.
Yeah. Yeah. It was really interesting and obviously like saddening to like read about all of this tragedy and terrorism as I was going through the 1990s, because like okay, we're 90s kids, right, Lila? But we were born in the late 90s. So like we were babies when the 90s were happening. So we didn't really like know about any of this stuff. I mean, like we knew about some of it. Yeah. Yeah. We knew about the stuff that like led into the 2000s, obviously, but like political stuff, like big things like this, I never even heard about. So
no, I didn't know either.
Yeah, it was interesting to say the least.
You know what's funny?
What?
Anakin, well, I'm just gonna say it because I'm gonna forget later.
Okay.
Anakin told me that Bill Clinton, when he gave his like speech when he was Wait, what?
I said
Oh, okay. when he was giving his like speech, his official like speech for like the impeachment or whatever. That was like on his birthday. Like when he was born, that was the day he was born.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Like, damn. What happened on my birthday? I'm gonna Google this.
Oh yeah, because it did happen on my birthday, huh? Yeah.
Events happened. Let's see. Oh, type Beatrice Wood, an American artist. Inspiration for the Titanic film character Rose
Huh?
dies at 105. So that happened. Another actor died.
Oh no.
A reggae musician died.
Lila, you look stressed over there.
Oh, yeah, everybody died. Like, what the fuck? Ah! No, stop it. Oh, okay. Number 1 song on the music charts was Getting Jiggy With It by Will Smith in the US, and then in Britain, it was My Heart Will Go On by Celine Dion.
Ah.
So, like, that's positive.
Okay.
Chinese Zodiac, Tiger, Star Signs Pisces, you're learning a lot about me, right? No.
Yeah.
Gen Z, thank you for that. Thank you for that. Oh, historical events. The Sound of Music opens at Martin Beck Theater, New York City. Yeah, it looks like lots of deaths. So, you know, me. Okay.
Let's see
yeah,
what I
that
got
happened.
going on.
Lots of deaths. Who knows? Maybe I was gonna say, who knows? Maybe I'm the reincarnation of someone.
Maybe. Could be. Mine, President Harry S. Truman officially proclaims the end of hostilities in World War II on my birthday. Okay, the U.S. government hands control of the Panama Canal over to Panama. Wow, they gave their ship back? That's crazy. Oh, yeah. Indian Airlines Flight 814 hijacking ends after 7 days with the release of 190 survivors. So the airport was at in Afghanistan. They landed in Afghanistan and were held for 7 days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I found Anakin's. August 17th, Monica Lewinsky scandal. U.S. President Bill Clinton admits in taped testimony that he had improper physical relations with the intern, and on the same day admits before the nation he misled people about the relationship. Why does he get something? Why do you... like, what the fuck? Okay, sorry for that little, like, you know...
Yeah.
I had to know what was on my birthday. Now I wish I didn't know what was on my birthday. Fuck that shit.
Honestly.
I had Rose die on my birthday. Okay, her name wasn't actually Rose. I think it was like, what did I say, Beatrice? But still, like, I had Rose die on my birthday. Like, come on now.
All right, so we still have like some sadness to go through, but briefly,
Oh, yes.
briefly, let's talk about science.
Science.
Science. Some really cool shit happened in the 1990s, guys. And I remember learning about Dolly the sheep. Do you remember?
No.
You don't? I remember. I remember it in elementary school. We like got to see like pictures of the sheep. It was a whole thing. But okay, so cloning, guys. Very futuristic cloning. We have Dolly the sheep, who was the first mammal that was cloned from an adult somatic cell. So not the first animal, but the first mammal. So that's pretty cool. They were cloned, or she was cloned by the Roslin Institute in Scotland, and she was born on July 5th, 1996, and became the most famous sheep in the world. I remember her being in probably my biology textbook. I remember learning about her in elementary school. I think I probably learned about her in high school too. But yeah, she was a cool sheep. She had 6 lambs and lived out her life in the Institute in Scotland. She didn't live as long as most sheeps of her kind do, but that was due to a lung disease and severe arthritis, which the Institute does not believe had anything to do with her being cloned or anything. It's a common disease among her species and also among the other flock members. They had also found people sheep with that disease in there as well. So as far as they know, the cloning went successfully. She just happened to die of a disease because of like other circumstances, you know?
Real. This
Hmm?
is real. This is interesting.
What,
Okay.
Dolly?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's real,
I
bro.
don't remember this. I don't remember this.
Yeah,
Huh.
she's real, bro. She's cool. You
know what
guys
this
don't know
reminds
it.
me of?
Huh?
You know what this reminds me of?
What?
It's not exactly cloning per se. It's more like
Yeah.
genetic mixing or whatever.
Yeah.
But they've made like they've tried to make spider sheep hybrids
Oh.
to make, because spider silk is one of the most strongest silks
Yeah.
in the world, but spiders don't produce enough to make like clothing.
Yeah.
So, um, they tried. There's like an actual like farm. I don't remember where it's at, where they have like these spider sheep hybrids
What? That's
to try to
crazy.
produce spider silk in mass quantities.
Yeah.
And I remember when I first learned about this, I was like, spider sheep, spider sheep.
Does whatever a spider sheep does. Not the spider
But yeah,
pig.
no. I guess, why is it always sheep that they freaking do shit to?
I don't know. I'm not sure. They didn't say why it was that particular animal. But I would assume it has something to do with like I don't know. Unsure. But yeah, so we have cloning. Cloning. That's our big science thing. Well, the first one. And then we have the Human Genome Project, which we've also learned about in school a ton.
I think I remember that.
Yeah. So that started in 1990. It was a scientific research project that had the goal of mapping and sequencing all of the genes of the human genome. It was the world's largest collaborative biological project, and it was declared complete on April 2003 with 92% of the genome mapped. It was fully complete in January of 2022. So it took them 32 years to fully complete it, like 100%. And this like scientific project is important because mapping allows researchers to identify mutations linked to different like diseases, different forms of cancer. It also like greatly helped our forensic science field in terms of like DNA and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
And it also helped with pharmaceuticals as well, and like testing like different side effects and that sort of thing on like the genome. So overall, it helps a lot of people, that project. And I mean, it didn't get fully completed until 2022, but even in 2003, it was already 92% of the genome. So it took them 13 years to get that far. Yeah, it's cool. Like I can't imagine, like that's a lot. The human
That
genome is crazy.
is crazy. I wonder what like this project looks like now. Like if there's been anything updated.
Yeah.
Good question. Oh no.
Check her out.
Fuck, I forgot I wrote that. Um, where are you? Oh, there you are. No, that's not where you are. Oh, here you are.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I'm gonna crush my water bottle, guys.
Oh.
I muted so they didn't have to hear it.
Oh, I was gonna say I didn't hear anything.
Yeah, no, I muted. I muted. It's loud. It's really loud to do it, so. We're almost done with the sadness, guys. We're really close. I would say the full sadness. There's still a little bit of sadness here and there, but
Yeah. Unavoidable.
yeah. Next, I'm getting into O.J. Simpson. Oh,
Okay.
what a character.
Didn't he die recently?
Die? Did he die?
Or am I wrong?
I'm pretty sure he's not dead. He has like social media. Oh no, yeah, he died April 10th. Damn. Will?
I was right. Cause I was like, I feel like I remember a bunch of people clowning on him when he died.
Oh, that's our society, bro.
Well, they were clowning on him because he literally wrote a book admitting to
Yeah.
like the crime. So
Yeah.
people were like, "Have fun in hell, fucker." Honestly, though.
Yeah, no, this case is crazy. Were you looking up something?
Wait. Oh no, I was gonna look up if he was alive, but you looked it up. So
Okay. All right. Well, then I'm gonna get started on this. O.J.
yeah.
Simpsonness. Okay, so who are you, O.J. Simpson? Were you, I guess, is about what we should really say now. He was an American professional football player in the NFL. I don't care. I don't know what team he played for. Who cares? His football success led to some acting as well. He was also an actor for a bit. But that all was ultimately... Oh, my phone just kicked me out of YouTube Studio. Alrighty. Let me load her back up. That was all ultimately overshadowed by his criminal trial and controversial acquittal for the murders of his former wife, Nicole Brown, and her friend, Ron Goldman, in 1994. Okay, no, it went away. Okay, I was going to say...
And
What'd you say?
said her friend.
Yeah, her friend. That's how they refer to him over and over. Her friend. It's important to note, I don't go into all of like the different stories and details, but it is important to note that there was evidence of domestic abuse before this when they were, together still. And there was also mention of them going, back and forth, and potentially almost getting back together right before this was happening. So that's like the context behind their relationship, but they're divorced when this happens. They're no longer married. Shortly after midnight on June 13th, 1994, Nicole and Ron were found stabbed to death in the courtyard outside Nicole's condo. The knife used was never found. OJ was an immediate person of interest, though he maintained he was at home on the night of the murder, waiting for a limo to pick him up and take him to an airport for a flight to Chicago. Evidence was gathered, and the police filed charges and an arrest warrant for Simpson's arrest. After consulting with his attorneys, Simpson was scheduled to turn himself in to the Parker Center Police Headquarters, but he ultimately failed to do so, and that day they went on a low-speed pursuit of not his car, but his friend's car, who he was a passenger of. Yeah, also, I love the low-speed pursuit. I've never heard that said. I've only ever heard, like, it was a high-speed pursuit or a high-speed chase, or... But it was very specifically said, low-speed pursuit. He was riding in the passenger seat of his... Sorry, I just thought of fucking Scrubs. No Scrubs by TLC. Passenger side.
God.
He was sitting in the passenger side of his best friend's ride. No, he was riding in the back of the car as his friend and former teammate Al Cowlings drove. He had a gun in the back with him, and he was holding it to his head and threatening to shoot himself if he was not taken to his Brentwood estate. During all of this, Simpson's lawyer released a letter from him saying, "Don't feel sorry for me. I've had a great life, great friends. Please think of the real OJ and not this lost person." So he had his lawyer release that while he was on the run to his estate. And kind of, he was kind of holding his friend hostage by threatening himself, but that's still, like, being held hostage. It was just, like, and Al supposedly had no, like, indication that this was going to be happening. So I can imagine it being pretty traumatizing for him as well, to be chased down by the police. When you're just the driver that's driving because there's a gun in the backseat, you know? Ultimately, this chase was, like, pointless because they just arrested him anyways, like, later that evening. So, he got arrested, and then the trial of the century happened. That's what they call it, the trial of the century. It is a pretty big one. It is a pretty big one. That's no joke. There was international publicity as well as national, and this was also, like, highly televised, like, in the courtroom televised. Cameras were placed above the jury box, which increased public interest in both reality TV, which kind of, feeds into the big reality TV kick that we got into in the 2000s. And it also led to more public interest above the understanding of DNA, crime lab stuff, which I wonder if that in turn influenced, like, the increase in, like, criminal shows, you know?
Yeah.
It could have very well done so.
Gene.
Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't realize, like, with the DNA and stuff that it... Yeah.
Yeah, it, like, got a lot of people interested. It was like one of the most televised things in the last decade, or in that decade. It was huge. It also influenced the creation of the LAPD's DNA crime lab. So they created a crime lab for DNA because of this case. And they also added a section to the state's evidence code to allow evidence of prior abuse to be shown to jurors in similar cases because of the domestic abuse that was found to be going on. Yeah, so that's a big change as well, an important one, a really big important one. So before the trial began, it was found that the police investigation had been poorly done, to say the least. Photo evidence had been lost and mislabeled. DNA had been collected and stored improperly, and that did not get them off to a good start. That was already, they were not looking good.
No, they fucked up the case.
Yeah, they really did. So the evidence. Let's talk about the evidence though, like the concrete evidence that they found. That really should have left no doubt, but honestly, they messed up a lot, and because of the times, like, it was hard to. I can't judge the juries for their decision. But both victims, both of their blood was found in Simpson's car. That's evidence number one. Brown's blood was found on Simpson's socks, so Nicole's blood. Evidence number two. Number three was the black leather glove. Like, this is the big one, right? Black leather glove was recovered from Simpson's home with fibers from Nicole's dog, the car that they were taken, Simpson's car, the victims, and Simpson himself. So that all should have been like the big hitter, right? And then the other glove of the pair was found in Nicole's condo. So that's the big stuff. Now, the defense really honed in on this glove. They really honed in on it. They said that the glove wouldn't fit O.J. Simpson. And, I mean, they were correct. It wouldn't. But the prosecutors pointed out that, one, he had not been taking his anti-inflammatory meds, which would have swelled his hand. Though the defense did come back by saying the next day that they contacted the LA County jail, like, doctor and confirmed with him that Simpson was indeed taking his meds. Though he could have easily not swallowed them. I don't know. Like, he could have been given them but not swallowed them. I don't know. I mean, I don't know how exactly they confirmed it, but they confirmed it nonetheless. So that argument was thrown out. But the prosecution then came back with, well, the glove was covered in blood, and we had to freeze it, thaw it repeatedly before the trial, which could have caused the glove to shrink. Another good point. But the defense stuck with their shit. If the glove don't fit, you must acquit. That was the saying that his lawyers put out there. And it was working.
Oh.
It was working really well for them. The glove, like, there was just a little bit of doubt, and enough doubt to where they could, say there wasn't enough concrete evidence, or there was just too much doubt in their minds to, like, put a innocent man in prison, And also, the context of the times, like I talked about, just like society in general, during this time period, as is still happening today, there was a lot of racial issues going on. So this trial happened amidst a couple of different incidents. So one was a 15-year-old black girl who was shot and killed by a store owner. And though the jury convicted the shooter of involuntary manslaughter, the judge gave her probation. And that was it. That's all she got for killing a 15-year-old. And then the second incident was 4 police officers who allegedly beat Rodney King, a black man. And again, all of those officers faced no repercussions. They were acquitted. And then those 2 incidents kind of inflamed a lot of people's anger and led to the LA riots in 1992, which was only like 2 years. Yeah, 2 years before this all happened. So things were still sensitive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember like watching the footage and stuff from the LA riots. That was crazy.
Yeah. It was very, very, very. I don't know. Oh, why am I big again? Have I been big this whole time? Hopefully not.
I don't know.
Hopefully not.
I can't see.
Hopefully not, guys. Let's hope for the best. I must have hit a button. Oh well. Oh well. We're just doing our best around
Yeah.
these parts. Anyways. So yeah, those 2 things really divided the populace. The black community was very much like, oh, these are obviously like corrupt cops. And then like what the white side of the population was like very much he's guilty, like the evidence stands, he's guilty. And it was just like a lot of tension, and kind of rightfully so. Like, yes, I do think he did it, and I do think he deserved to get put away for that. But I can understand why some people were upset about recent events and were finding it hard to believe that he actually did it. Especially because
he had a good public standing before this, too.
Yeah, exactly. But even more so, there was a officer that was at the scene of the crime. He was on the scene of the crime after the fact, obviously. And he also, I believe, was the officer that found the glove. And he was recorded saying in an interview with a screenwriter the N-word repeatedly in a non-chill way. Hard R. Which had then created a lot of public discourse because many believed that this officer had planted the glove. And this, I think this officer, he did get, he perjured himself because he, like, lied about saying the N-word or something. But they had obviously recorded evidence. So he did perjure himself, and I believe he got reprimanded, but I don't remember exactly how. But ultimately, like, that plus the glove having, like, doubt ended up making it so that the jury acquitted him because they just couldn't find it plausible enough. So that whole thing happened in mid-1990s, which people still talk about that whole thing today. And obviously because he was like, he came out and became like a social media influencer before his death, that it was brought up again more recently in the last couple of years.
Yeah.
But I had never like really delved into the story past like, oh, I think he did it. Like I just looked at like the stuff that I saw on, YouTube, a YouTube short or something, and I was like, oh, he's sus. I think he did it. But I never actually like looked into things, and like the fact that there was domestic abuse, the fact that like he also wrote a biography while he was like in jail that was released right before his trial, I believe. That was called, did I write it down? I thought I did.
He wrote something.
Yeah. I had it in here, I thought, but maybe I did not. But yeah, he wrote a book right before, and he's written several other ones. But yeah, it was just a weird trial. I feel really bad for the prosecutors because they really came in there with like a hard case. Like it was a really, but like the police officers fucked them over. They did not do their jobs well.
To show you that like you can never, even if you have like strong evidence, you really don't know
Yeah.
how a case is gonna go.
Yeah.
Even if you're a good prosecutor, you still don't know.
Yep, exactly. Okay, last thing, and then I'm gonna go get tea while Lila dives into some other stuff. My throat is dying right now for some reason. We have our last horribly tragic thing, and then we can move on to less tragic.
Tragic.
Yeah. Okay, so lastly, we're gonna talk about the Columbine school shooting, which did happen in the 1990s. It happened April 20th, 1999. It was a school shooting and attempted bombing of Columbine High School in Columbine, Colorado. The shooters were 12th grade students, and they ultimately murdered 12 students and one teacher, as well as ending their own lives as well. 20 more additional people were injured by gunshots, as well as 3 more people who were injured trying to escape. For 13 years, this was the deadliest K through 12 mass shooting, and it inspired many, many, many other school shootings and bombings throughout the years, which is super, super sad. Obviously, we deal with school shootings way more than we should, way more than anyone else does. And we won't get into it, but it's all very, very sad. And the fact that this inspired other children that either are evil or who are going through a mentally like rough time enough to do this like during a psychotic break or manic whatever episode they're having is really, really sad. That children find inspiration from this. So luckily, though, I mean, obviously this is still very, very sad. Luckily, the homemade bombs that they made were unsuccessful. They failed to detonate, and that saved a lot of people from dying and from being injured, because those homemade bombs were meant to like really, really go off. And they were planted in the cafeteria, I believe, which is where most of the students were still at, hiding under tables and whatnot.
Damn.
Yeah. So it was still a horrible, horrible time. And I've watched countless different videos from like survivors talking about it years and years later.
Yeah.
And like the trauma they relive every time a school shooting is reported on every year, like whenever it comes back up again, because again, something, a school shooting happens like many, many times a year. It's really heartbreaking to hear them talk about like what they went through and how every time it happens, every time they hear about it, they just know that these like what these children are gonna like feel like 20 years down the line. They're still gonna be traumatized and messed up from it.
Yeah, because like this is the this is the first like big one.
Yeah.
Like this was.
I mean, yeah, it was the
people...
biggest one until was it Sandy Hook?
I don't know if it was Sandy Hook or a different one. It might have been.
Yeah, it was the biggest one for 13
Hook
years.
really sad too.
Yeah, Sandy Hook is devastating.
But with Columbine, like these the 2 kids that did it like, inspired. They had a whole manifesto which has,
Yeah.
like, inspired other people
Yeah.
to do the same thing, which is just fucking horrible.
Yeah. Though there were some good things that resulted in this incident. Um, School security was emphasized and increased, though obviously not enough, as we still have school shootings today quite frequently. Um,
Yeah.
the incident also resulted in the IARD tactic, which is used in active shooter situations. Um, and like you said, like this was the first big one, so they hadn't had an active shooter tactic at this point. So this is when it
Yeah.
was created, put into place, and while
Point
obviously there's
thoughts that
still
something like this could
issues,
happen.
um, it at least was made somewhat of a priority after this point, but it's still so devastating that this had to happen for that to be put in place, you know?
Yeah, oh god. Like, I don't know if we ever will talk about Columbine, if we ever
I
did
don't
though,
know. I don't really know if I'd ever want to talk about like those types of situations, like school shootings,
I know,
terrorist
it's
attacks.
really sad.
Like there's no, like we talk about crimes, right? We talk about like cold
Yeah.
cases or like murder mystery or like conspiracies and shit. But I don't really think we would feel comfortable talking about that along with this like devastating event that took lives of children and teachers. Cuz like there's tons of conspiracies about school shootings, but I don't want to feed into that. I don't want to talk about that. Like people are awful. Like the people that like said shit about Sandy Hook not being real, that they were just like
My god,
actors on the news,
yeah,
infuriated me.
that's fucked up.
Yeah, like children lost their lives, little tiny babies, like barely there, like only like 5 years, 6 years into this world, died, and they want to say that it was fake. Hello? So yeah, I don't know if we'll ever like dive into Columbine. I think just like briefly going over it, just to like obviously show that it happened and like see what resulted from it in terms of policies and stuff. I think that's okay, but I don't know if I would ever want to like dive into it. Dive into it. Cause it's just
Yeah.
like I'm like one of those people, guys, where like in movies, if children and elderly people and pets die, I don't want to watch the movie anymore. And this is real life people, so that's like way worse. I don't want to. I mean, I don't mind learning about it like briefly, like how I did here, but I didn't dive into it. Because it would have been too upsetting. I don't know. Like I know it
Yeah,
happened,
no,
and I know
I've
you
dived
should
into it
learn from it,
before,
but
and yeah, I've dived into it before, and holy shit, it's so fucked up.
yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's the last of our tragicness, for the most part. We have a couple murders, a couple deaths, but for the most part, we're out of the the depths of despair right now, and we're getting into the other stuff. Well, we also have to talk about Iraq a little bit, but you know what? Lila gets to talk about that despair, so I'm gonna hand
Do
it over
I?
to you. Yeah, you're the one that wrote it
Oh,
down.
did I?
Yeah,
Where?
right here.
Oh
Yeah,
shit!
you wrote all this, so I labeled it for you because I didn't write any of that.
I forgot about that.
You also have this stuff if you want to just be like brief about it, because I know
Yeah.
you didn't have time to like go in depth with it, but
Yeah.
yeah.
Um,
I'm gonna go make some tea. I'll be right back.
we do that. So, guys, so, um, continuing on with, crime during the 90s. This is a more, like, scandalous crime. One of these I didn't even really look into much at all, but, like, the headline itself, I was like, whoa. But I didn't know that Judge Clarence Thomas... Wait, okay, hold on, let me back up. Okay, so... which JFK nephew was this? So, one of JFK's nephews was accused of, raping. Censoring that to not get in trouble here. And I had no clue that that was a thing. Hold on, let me look up. It's gonna bug me if I don't know his name. JFK nephew that was accused of... Sorry, I'm listening to Britney Spears right now, guys. Okay. Okay. Okay, William Kennedy Smith, that's who it was. JFK's nephew was tried on raping charges in 1991. And I was like, what? Let's see. It was at Palm Beach County Courthouse. Let's see. Because, the Kennedys are huge, so, like, this was a high-profile case, okay? William Kennedy, yeah, let's see. The trial was the first high-profile court case to be aired on TV, paving the way for O.J. Simpson's trial of the century in 1994. Damn. Wait, was O.J.'s case televised? Sero's gone. I'm talking to myself. Okay. Oh. He was... No. His dad was senator? Senator Edward Kennedy leaves the grand jury room August 30th, 1991, after testifying about charges of obstruction of justice in connection with the alleged rape by William Kennedy Smith at Kennedy Palm Beach compound last Easter weekend. On Easter weekend! Are you fucking kidding me? What? John Kennedy Jr. in the hallway of Palm Beach County Courthouse on November 19th, 1991 at the William Kennedy Smith trial. Damn, so all the Kennedys were fucking there. John F. Kennedy Jr. said on November 18th, 1991 that he was in court to be with his cousin during some difficult times. Okay. I will say he is good looking, but that doesn't mean anything. William Kennedy Smith, nephew of Senator Edward Ted Kennedy, was charged with raping a Jupiter woman on March 30th, 1991 at Kennedy's family Palm Beach oceanfront estate. Smith heads into the Palm Beach County Courthouse in West Palm, December 2nd, 1991. The opening day of his trial, the 10-day trial, which was televised to millions of viewers, ended with Smith's acquittal on December 11th, 1991 during Easter weekend that year. Aren't the Kennedys, like, really Catholic, too? Like, what? When several Kennedy clan members gathered at the family's Palm Beach compound, Smith had accompanied his uncle Ted and his cousins Patrick to a local nightclub where Smith met his accuser. He drove with her to Kennedy's estate where he raped her in the backyard. Smith claimed the two had consensual sex. The case prompted a media frenzy and such local wackiness as bar contest judging who looked more like circuit Judge Mary Lupo, who presided over the trial. Smith is now a doctor. Okay, so he claimed it was consensual, and she claims it was not. Now, we're not gonna
What are we diving into?
go JFK's nephew being accused of rape.
Yeah.
So, yeah, apparently this is how it went down, okay?
Hmm.
He claimed it was consensual, and she did not. In a backyard. The Kennedys' estate backyard.
Interesting.
And not just that, so William Kennedy Smith is the nephew of Senator Edward Ted Kennedy.
Yeah.
Okay. And John F. Kennedy Jr. and Senator Edward Ted Kennedy, like, the Kennedys were all there to support him, like, in the courtroom. And it was the first televised high-profile court case. And it ended with him being acquitted.
Wow.
And I'm just kind of like, I'm not saying he did it, but
It's a little sus.
It's a bit sus. Now, he is a Kennedy, so, maybe she just,
Yeah.
clout, but at the same time, it's like, he's a Kennedy.
Yeah.
So, oh, and guess what? He's a doctor now.
Oh, really? What kind of
Yup.
doctor?
That is a good question. Hold on a second. I keep getting spammed with messages from my father. Give me one sec.
No problem.
Sorry, guys. What is this about? Oh my god, this is stupid. Okay. To share something with my boyfriend. I don't know why he couldn't just send it to him himself, but whatever. Okay, sorry guys. Anyway, I don't know. Let's see. He's a good-looking guy though. Like, when this happened, he was a fucking good-looking guy. So, oh, no, not that face. He was acquitted. He was acquitted. He was acquitted. He was acquitted! Okay. Now I'm gonna show you the face he's making. I'm gonna send you this picture so you can see. In the courtroom.
Whoa.
His account of the encounter seems to contradict many points in the accuser's testimony. Is what it says here with this picture.
Interesting. Oh, this tea is making me cold.
Oh no.
You know, like when you drink tea and like you can feel like the warmth like at your core and then you start shivering? Because like the outside's still cold.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Like your insides are warming, but your outside is still cold and now you're just shivering. I put honey in it.
This next person is a very prominent figure, so I should definitely look up what he was actually accused of before I say it, because I don't know if it was essay or if it was grape.
Yeah,
but this rocked the socks off my feet. Like, I was like, what? Accused of... sexual... So I can't say that. I'm trying to get better at saying, like, the,
Yeah.
Oh, I found it! Okay, yes! Ah! Okay. Guys, Judge Clarence Thomas, the guy, like, who's a part of the Supreme Court, was he one of the first black members of the Supreme Court?
I believe so.
I believe he was Clarence Thomas. Best known second African American to serve on the U.S. Supreme Court, and longest serving member since Anthony Kennedy's retirement in 2018.
Interesting.
Is he still alive? Still alive.
Yeah. Yes.
Did he vote for? Which side of Roe v. Wade was he on, this man?
Not the good guy. Not the good side, I don't think.
I don't think he was.
I'm pretty sure he was on the bad side.
Yeah, I think he was. Well, fuck this guy, okay? Big F you, because what I'm about to talk about. He was, accused of SAing one of the females that worked under him.
Oh.
Anita Hill. Yes. Oh, he was... President George H.W. Bush was the one who nominated him to the Federal Circuit Court. Okay. So... Oh, okay, it's Marshall that I was... Okay. Okay, sorry. I was thinking of when I first... Yeah. When I was thinking of if he was alive or dead, it was...
Thurgood Marshall.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So, what had happened was... Let me pull this up. Anita's looking cute. Okay. Attorney Anita Hill testified that Supreme Court nominee Clarence Thomas had essayed her when he was chair of Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, and she worked there as an advisor to him. Hill's testimony was unlike anything heard before at a Supreme Court nominee hearing. A committee of 14 white men, let that sink in, chaired by by then Senator Joe... What?! Joe Biden?! Joe Biden?!
Oh my gosh.
Dude, my whole life is a lie. What the fuck, Joe?! What the fuck, Joe?! Oh my god. I'm having an existential crisis right now. God damn, Joe. Okay, a committee of 14 white men, chaired by then Senator Joe Biden, grilled her in a televised live hearing. The Senate ultimately confirmed Thomas's nomination in a 52-48 vote, and Hill went home to a new life, condemned by many and facing death threats. Nevertheless, she has no regrets about stepping forward. This lady right here, this is not fair. This is why the Me Too movement happened, people. But imagine, the Me Too movement happened way after this.
Yeah, no.
You know?
She was on her own. She was not, like, rallied behind by thousands upon thousands of people on social media.
Joe? Goddamn! Sorry, I had to get that out.
Wait, so he was the chairman of the questioning?
Of the committee, yeah.
Okay, so did they have a group of Republicans and Democrats in there then?
I'm assuming, because it was a 52-48 vote, so usually when it's something that big, it's a mix of both.
Yeah, so I would assume then that they have a bunch of different people on the questioning part of it, and then they have the person in the middle that's supposed to, like, mediate and make sure that no one, like, over talks or whatever, or I don't remember how it goes, but I'm assuming that's what Joe was supposed to be doing. I wish we knew like what was said.
Televised. So I'm sure we could find a clip somewhere. Also, this got brought up when the Brett fuckface, I don't know how to say his last name, got accused of sexual assault.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like Trump's nominee. That guy.
Oh yeah.
Kavanaugh.
Yeah.
That's how you say his last name. Brett Kavanaugh. This was brought up again during the Brett Kavanaugh shit.
Oh.
And then look at Brett Kavanaugh now. He's on the Supreme Court with Clarence Thomas over here.
Yep. That's how it be going in this day and age.
Bunch of fucking lowlifes, man. Sorry. I'm sorry. I'm livid. I am livid.
We understand. Don't worry, Lila.
I am livid. What was the... So she didn't bring it to court? She just brought it up in his ceremony? Like, committee nominee ceremony? Is that what I'm getting here?
I'm assuming.
That's what it sounds like. I started out with 30 years after Hill delivered testimony to Senate Judiciary Committee. Yeah, it was the Judiciary Committee. Okay. About Thomas, she is still a crusader, not just on the topic of SH, but also on the largest issue of gender violence. Quote, I started out with SH and I thought that was the issue that I would deal with, but I started hearing from people who had told me about intimate partner violence, and then there are people who wrote me who spoke about their experience with SA and Grape, Hill told Good Morning America. And what I started to understand was that there was this connection and that you couldn't really separate them because at heart it was the same problem. Damn. Yeah, the senator who led the hearing was Joe Biden. Oh, he apologized. In recent years, publicly apologized for the treatment of Hill received when publicly testifying against Thomas. So he publicly apologized to her.
Oh.
Years after it happened.
Yeah.
Told Robert she feels that Biden's personal apology to her wasn't enough. Girl, I don't blame you.
Yeah, no, I don't think so. Like it was probably done for the so that he wouldn't get public backlash, if I'm being honest. Like maybe he was genuine.
Those white men had to stick together back in the day, right?
14 of them?
Those old white men had to stick together.
There was 14 of them that were questioning her? That what you said?
It was a committee of 14, but
yeah.
The questioning was being led by Biden.
Oh, okay.
So. Shit, man!
Damn.
I am, kind of glad that I got my reaction live, though, because, oh shit, if I would have gone into that, I would have been spamming you, and then oh, dude, I can't believe this shit.
Was mind is blown.
Joe, you just hurt me. You hurt me! Okay? Fuck! Anyway, rack. What a segue! Okay. So, during the 90s, it's no question that there was a lot of shit going on, right?
Yeah.
Sero talked about stuff earlier. I feel like we've just always been at war. But
Yeah.
Iraq was like a huge thing in the 90s. You had Operation Desert Storm. And get this. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of go into TV after this, so I'm gonna skip over toys and music for
Okay.
TV because the segue is gonna be better.
Yeah.
But, okay. So, 90s, okay? You had coffee culture, Starbucks boom, which was great. Well,
for
maybe
you?
not necessarily all the Starbucks.
The coffee craze is good for you?
I love coffee, so, coffee culture, coffee craze, good for me. Now, that we've talked about the good thing, let's get into all the bad shit. Okay. Iraq was heavily, protested.
Mhm.
And the slogan was, "We don't want your stupid war." We don't want your stupid war. I watched a video of that chant, okay? It was great. It was great. But yeah, like I said, Operation Desert Storm was a huge operation that happened during that time. I definitely know I definitely know what that is. First major foreign crisis for the United States after the end of the Cold War. Okay?
Mhm.
Okay? It was August 2nd, 1990. Saddam Hussein, oh, fuck that guy, led a well-equipped Iraqi army, into Kuwait, a major supplier of oil to the US. Ah, fucking oil. The US had supplied Iraq with military aid during its 8-year war with Iran, giving Iraq the 4th largest army in the world at the time. Jesus fuck, no way. Holy crap, that's crazy. This poses a threat to Saudi Arabia, another major exporter of oil. If Saudi Arabia fell, Iraq would control 1/5 of the world's oil supply.
Whoa.
Yeah, fucking crazy. The Iraqi leader was also repeatedly violating United Nations resolutions, so the US had UN support in responding to Iraq's
Was this
invasion
the thing I
of
talked
Kuwait.
about?
It might have been.
Yeah.
I'm trying to figure out what exactly. Desert Storm became the largest air campaign since the conflict in the southeast. Okay, this was the thing that was talked about at the end of the book that we didn't understand.
Yeah.
With Enzo.
Yeah.
Because it was an airstrike.
Yeah.
The air attacks lasted for 6 weeks. The ground campaign only lasted 100 hours before Kuwait was liberated.
Yeah, so that is what I talked about earlier, about the aerial bombings that they were doing.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
so that was Desert Storm. Was the first use of MIM 10-4C Patriot missile system in combat. Okay, yeah. So Desert Storm you already talked about.
I just didn't know that it was Desert Storm, I guess.
I didn't know it was Desert Storm either, okay! 697,000 US troops took part. Almost 300 died. Oh, fuck. Okay, so we already talked about Desert Storm, guys. Totally knew that. Both of us did.
It kind of sounded like you just said Desert Storm.
Desert Storm?
I know you didn't, but
Desert Storm!
it just made me think of like Cloudy with a Chance of Meatballs, but dessert.
Storm, guys. But get this. This was okay, so going into the TV. TV was huge in the 90s, and I'll be getting into that. But this fucking shit was on air 24/7 on like the 3 major networks. Which fuck, I didn't look up what the 3 major networks were. Fox was not a major network. Fox just started out. So, 3 major networks in 90s. I meant to look this up later, my bad. NBC, CBS, and ABC. Those were the 3 major networks before Fox. Fox got its... Okay. We're not going all goo-goo-eye for Fox here, okay? There we go. Anyway. So, yeah, those 3 major networks were televising the war 24/7, which is fucking crazy. Which is what I think also played a part in the, like, we don't want your stupid war, because this is what people were watching, like, all the time. You were seeing live what was going on, which is crazy to me anyway, like, what? Like, you're watching people die and shit, like, come on now. Anyway. TV, well, that, in a sense, did help Fox, who had just started out, become as big as it is now, because Fox didn't have a news crew at the time. So they were showing other things, like Beverly Hills 90210.
I would like to say that I watched that show and I loved it as a teenager.
I was gonna ask if you
I
watched
loved it as a teenager.
I didn't watch Beverly Hills 90210, but I watched other stuff. I was definitely more of a cartoon person during this time, which cartoons were big too during this time.
I had 2 older sisters, so I watched like that and Charmed and like Angel.
Oh god, I loved Charmed.
All of that shit.
Charm's the best. So let's go back a little bit. Fox did start before, like, the recording, like, before these networks were showing the war. It did start before that, but it only had, like, a couple things on the air. One of that being Beverly Hills 90210, and actually, it wasn't doing that great rating-wise. It really picked up, like, around the time that the war was being filmed, because Fox was focused on hitting that market of teenagers. Okay? And Beverly Hills 90210 popped off, one, because, like, teens were able to watch, like, actually watch something that was something they could relate to, but also because, again, like, it's not war. Like, it's not war, guys.
Yeah, it's something not tragic.
Yeah. And it was something they could relate to, because, like, this was the age of defiance and transition. And, you know, there's a lot of big feelings as a teenager. I know that. You know that.
Mm-hmm.
But then also as a teenager, especially during the 90s, underage drinking and drugs were on the rise. It was high. It was crazy high. Drunk driving. Underage drunk driving was, like, huge too. Like, it was really bad. Let me see. Do I have the statistics for that? Drunk driving in 90s. What are the stats for that? I didn't write it down. Oh! Zero tolerance was actually put into effect January 1st, 1995. Because, at least in Illinois. But, like, that just shows how bad it was. That's when they really started to make, like, the laws and stuff about it. Let's see. Is that not, like, a federal thing? Is it a state thing? Huh. Well, anyway. Yeah, it was really bad. Dare wasn't doing shit, okay? Dare wasn't doing shit for people during this time.
Damn, coming at Dare. Can't believe you coming at my program like that.
Well, I just looked it up. It was the 80s. I thought it was the 80s, where Dare started and not the 90s, and I was right. Obviously, Dare did jack shit for the 90s kids.
Yeah, though that jar of tar that they would bring with them to presentations that was like showing you what was in your lungs, that shit was creepy.
Yeah. No kidding. You know what's really sad? Like, I'll see people in public, like, because I work in, like, retail, so I'll see people who have, like, who can't, like, talk without, like, a thing in their throat or whatever, you know what I mean? And it's just, like, it's really, like, it makes me really sad when I see that, you know? Because,
Yeah.
like, with smoking, obviously, like, they did it to themselves, but I'm also, like, I feel like in the 80s and 90s, like, the 90s...
I mean, for a really long time, they didn't tell or didn't know how unhealthy they were. Like,
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing.
like if someone our age had one, or like a little bit older, I would be like, fully, like,
Fucked
they
up,
did that.
bitch.
Yeah, that you did that to yourself fully. But like older than that, I don't know. It's they didn't necessarily know, and even if it was like known, like professionally, like scientifically, that doesn't mean it was known socially. Like it wasn't like pushed socially, you know.
Yeah.
Regardless, it's sad.
Sorry, my bad. But, yeah, that... I feel like teenagers and delinquency and, like, partying were really big during that time. Not saying it wasn't big in the 80s, because, pretty sure it was. But, it was bad. It was bad. It just kept rising instead of declining, so... You got coffee culture, you got drugs, and you got alcohol. And you got war. There's the summary for you.
That's so fun.
Woo! But yeah, speaking of like Fox and television and stuff, again, Fox was newer. They had Beverly Hills 90210. They had The Simpsons, which was another huge success for them, and it was a cartoon, like an adult a teenage delinquent cartoon. Did you know that Bart Simpson was like the mascot for like teenage boys of this era?
That's so funny.
People were teens, like they were quoting him, and they they wanted to be him. Like they looked up to him. Isn't that crazy? Like, love that for them.
Yeah, that is. I mean, I didn't watch a lot of The Simpsons, but
watch it during like that time.
Yeah.
It was more like as an adult, I guess. Like Anakin will watch it, and I've watched it with him, and I've never like seen it as much as I have watching it with him, if that makes sense.
My dad
obviously
used to watch it, but my mom doesn't like it, so she wouldn't like want it on while she was around. And so that meant I didn't really watch it much.
That's how it was with South Park for me.
Interestingly, my dad could watch South Park. She just found The Simpsons annoying. It wasn't about the appropriateness. It was about like she also didn't like SpongeBob. She thought that it was annoying too. I mean, I still watch SpongeBob, but
I'm pretty sure SpongeBob was. Yeah, 1999. SpongeBob came out in 1999.
Wow,
So
SpongeBob era.
I do feel like SpongeBob was definitely more of a 2000s
Oh,
thing,
for
but it
sure, for
did
sure.
officially appear in 1999. So, I guess if you're a 90s kid, you can claim it, but I definitely feel like it's more of a 2000s thing. So, but anyway. Let's see, what else do we have? We have Dawson's Creek. We have Buffy the Vampire Slayer.
Let's go!
We have Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Apparently there was this, I've never heard of it before, and I didn't even think to look into it, but there was a show called Living in Color. That was really popular at the time. Let's see, Living in Color was a sketch comedy. Okay. American sketch comedy television series that originally ran on Fox from April 15th, 1990 to May 19th, 1994.
Oh, it's got a lot of big faces.
Yeah, Jim Carrey. Who else?
One of the Wayans brothers. Oh, both of them. Both of them.
Oh, both of them. Okay.
Let's see. Oh, no, all three of them are on this.
Chris Rock!
All four of them!
Bro!
Literally, okay, so Jamie Foxx, Jennifer Lopez was on here. This is so random. Chris Rock was in there one time. Or, I don't know if it was one time, but... Wow. Yeah, all the Wayans brothers were in
Fowler sounds
there.
familiar.
Who?
Jermaine Fowler. That sounds familiar.
I don't see.
He's
I see him
American
down here.
Actor and comedian. Yeah.
Oh yeah, he's the one in the top middle, I think. The picture.
But yeah, that was on Fox. That was really popular.
I'd never heard of this.
Yeah, I didn't either, but I guess it was really popular.
Interesting.
What did Dawson's Creek play on? That was...
Did you ever watch Dawson's Creek?
No, but I want to. The WB network? Fuck. What's that?
That's the one that has the frog in the hat.
WB! Okay, never mind. I know what that is. But teen dramas were, like, really popping off at this time. And then Party of Five, I did not know of its existence.
Seventh Heaven? Oh my gosh, Seventh Heaven! I watched that with my sisters.
Bro, I loved Seventh Heaven as a kid.
Yeah, that came out in 1996.
96, hell yeah.
The Steve Harvey Show is on the WB in the 1990s. And the Jamie Foxx Show.
Have you heard of Party of Five? Oh, Jennifer Love Hewitt's in Party of Five.
Let me see. Party
Matthew
of
Fox,
Five.
Scott Wolf, Jennifer Love Hewitt.
Oh. I think I've seen like clips of this because of Jennifer Love Hewitt, because I loved her in the fucking ghost shit. What's it called? Ghost Whisperer. Yes, I watched that show.
I love Jennifer
all the way through, brother.
Love her. Love that show. Yeah. So I actually watched a documentary on this.
Mm-hmm.
Of this and Beverly Hills 90210,
Mhm.
because there was actually a lot of shit going on behind the scenes. Well, okay, so for Party of Five, what network was this? Fox. It was Fox. When they did Party of Five, they had no idea how this was gonna be perceived, because Fox was trying to do something different, especially with their teen dramas. They wanted to make things relatable. They wanted to push the envelope, because middle America.
Yeah.
Mm, mm, mm.
Corn.
What did I write about Middle America? Middle America, you have religion in Middle America. You have race in Middle America, racial differences, religious differences, and that the sexual taboo going on in Middle America. Okay, fuck Middle America. Anyway, this show was okay, there's these groups of kids, okay? After their parents died in a car accident, the five Salinger siblings are forced to live on their own, with the oldest son, Charlie, appointed the guardian of his brothers and sisters. Their new situation means putting aside personal goals to help make ends meet and keep the family together. Now, the thing that goes crazy is not Charlie. Well, okay, Charlie's character, yeah, he had his own things, but Bailey. Bailey was played by Scott Wolf, and he is the uh is he the second oldest or the third oldest? I don't remember. But basically, Bailey had an alcohol problem. And the way they portrayed this at the time was something that was not heard of or ever done on TV. And Fox was getting shit from people about it too. There
I'm
were
sure.
other people, other producers and writers and stuff, different networks. They're like, what are you doing? You can't do that. Or what are you gonna do with this character? And it was a slow, it wasn't just
Did your phone die?
Guys, no.
Oh, okay, you're back.
Okay.
You were frozen for a while.
Oh, you know what it was? My cord came loose and my PC, on the phone, it was saying
okay.
do you want to be hooked up to this? That's
Oh,
what
okay. I
happened.
was like, she's gone, guys. She's frozen.
So during this time, before this, anything related to drugs or alcohol of teens in a TV show, it was all family-oriented TV shows. And it was only a one-episode thing. The teen kid was like, oh, my friends are pressuring me to do this or that, or oh, I tried this. And then at the end of the episode, it's resolved. And they'd put a PSA out about not doing drugs or alcohol.
Yeah.
Or they would have the crew sit there and be like, don't feel pressured, don't do drugs, okay? So vastly different. They slowly built up doing hints and signs to Bailey's alcohol addiction problem, his alcohol problem. And then it fucking blew up. The episode where he's dressed up as a clown at a kid's birthday party, he was drunk out of his fucking mind, and he was not nice. He was not good. His brother Charlie and him, they got into a fight. Oh my god, I need to watch this series, because that hooked me, dude. And the actor of Bailey, Scott Wolf, he was talking about how when him and Matthew, who played Charlie, the older brother, when they first realized how popular the show was, and they went to this I don't know if it was a meet and greet or what it was together. he said that throughout his years, like even now, there are people that come up to him and be like, "You saved my life. You saved my brother's life. You saved my cousin's life." Like, we didn't know the signs. Watching Party of Five helped teach what the signs of alcoholism was, what the signs of
That's
a problem
crazy.
was, steps to do to take care of it. Like, this was never before seen or heard of until Fox did Party of Five. And that, like, I feel like that, like, revolutionized, teen dramas, basically, you know? And then, like, you also, again, Beverly Hills 90210, like, they did Beverly Hills 90210 first. And let me tell you, there's stuff with that, too. Wait until I get into the tea with that, okay? Oh, fuck, did I write this lady's name down? There's an actress in Beverly Hills 90210 who, was older than the rest of the cast. She actually lied about her age, because she passed for young. Hold on. Fuck, what was her name? Beverly Hills 90210. If I see her picture, I'll know who it was. Gabrielle
Dropping thing.
Carteris?
Huh?
She played Andrea Zuckerman.
Oh, you're a detective again.
Oh, motherfucker. I forgot I typed in 90210.
Oh, yeah.
There we go. Andrea Zuckerman, do you know who that character is?
Let me just
Blonde.
look it up. Andrea. Oh, yeah. Glasses.
Was her age had to be kept a secret. Because if it got out, she would have, like, been axed. At the time of filming, I believe she was 29? 29? But obviously she passed for much younger. So, she always avoided in interviews what her actual
Age
birthday
was?
was.
Yeah.
Yeah. But she was, like, talking about it one time in an interview, and then she got in a lot of trouble for it, and they almost kicked her off the show.
Wow.
But they didn't. Instead, they just kept writing her in a bad light, basically.
Ah.
Which is kind of shitty.
Yeah.
It's kind of shitty, Fox. But, doesn't stop there. So, she dealt with ageism her whole, like, career, basically. But actually a lot of the characters, which for us, this isn't uncommon now, because I feel like we know about it, but at the time, like, this wasn't really known. All the actors really were playing teenagers when they themselves were not teenagers. They were not 16, 17-year-olds in high school. They were older.
Yeah.
But they're playing this, and the people who are watching this, the teens, see them as teenagers, think they are teenagers, and, well, you know, you got a bunch of fangirls and fanboys like, I want to marry this person.
Yeah.
And shit. But
Yeah.
it's also, like, kind of deceitful in a way, too, because they did not want the audience to know the ages of the actors, to keep that, like, teenage, like, they are just like you sort of thing going, you know what I mean? But that wasn't her only issue while working on the show. Religion was an issue working on the show. She is Jewish, and her character is also Jewish. She always wore her a religious necklace. Crap. Is that like the Star of David? Is that what that is?
Send me the picture.
Don't come at me. Don't come at me. No, I don't have the picture. I'm just trying to remember from the interview.
Oh, okay. If it's like the 6-pointed star, is that what it is? 6.
Gabriella Curtis.
Is it 5-pointed star?
Necklace.
Yeah, Star of David. 6-pointed star.
Okay. Yeah.
Is a symbol
So
that has multiple meanings and used in the Jewish identity.
Yeah. Oh.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. I was right. She was wearing
while you
that.
talk about this, I'm gonna go to the bathroom, so if I don't respond to you, that's why.
You're good. She was wearing that during filming, and they actually got mad at her and like said something to her about it. But Gabriella, my bad. Gabriella. It's definitely Gabriella. She does not take shit. This girl, this young woman in the acting industry during this time did not take shit from no one. She, fought back. And there was this, like, it wasn't called a conference, but, like, conference kind of thing. Where she was basically like, if my character that I play is Jewish, and I am Jewish, like, this is a very important thing in my religion and for me. And it's like, if her character's fucking Jewish, why the hell can't she wear it, you know? But because of Middle America and trying to adhere to Middle America, they didn't want that to be shown. So, Homegirl comes back, she's like, no. If you're gonna ban me from wearing this, then you need to ban all religious, items, basically. So, if I can't wear this, that person can't wear a cross. Kind of thing. And she won that. What was... Hold on, let me see. I thought that there was some sort of rule that was put into place thanks to her after that. But I don't remember off the top of my head. See here. Not. I don't. Okay, maybe not. Maybe I'm like misremembering. Anyway, yeah, she is so cool. And this is not the only thing. It does not stop here. Her coolness, I should say, and her fighting Middle America. Hold on. What was that celebrity circus show called? So I can call it the right thing. Circus of the Stars. So, Circus of the Stars was another popular show. Oh, you just came back for a fun little thing that I'm gonna tell you.
Yeah, I refilled my tea, but I'm back.
Good. So, Circus of the Stars was a popular show in the 90s of, like, all these celebrities, basically. It kind of reminds me of Dancing with the Stars, but it's, like, circus acts, okay?
I've never heard of that. What in the world?
Yeah, I didn't know this existed either until I heard, Gabriella talking about it. Hold on. What was, the guy who played Will's cousin in Fresh Prince of Bel-Air?
Carlton?
Yeah, but like his actor.
Oh, I don't know his name. Let me see.
Well, him and Gabriella did a routine together, actually. It was a tightrope routine. Okay, we got Will Smith. Oh, John Travolta was
Alfonso Ribeiro.
Alfonso. Yeah. You got Will Smith, you got John Travolta, you got Dick Clark, you got Ted Knight, Mario Lopez, Vanilla Ice. Jerry Lewis, William Shatner. Damn, there's Jerry Van Dyke. Damn. Candace Cameron from Full House.
Ooh.
Okay, there's Gabriella Cart. Sorry, I'm looking at like the staff guys. Okay, anyway, let me get to story time. So, Gabriella and Alfonso, they did a tightrope act together. And Gabriella said, like, even though like they practiced it a lot, like, it was very nerve-wracking because it was an actual tightrope. Like, she was up there. Okay. Scary shit, you know?
Yeah.
And so Alfonso went first, and then after that it was her. And she said, like, this was right before the live airing. So this was like, I think, the studio rehearsal the day before, like, the live airing or whatever. And when she made it across, like, she gave him a hug because they've been working on this together. They were friends. And, like, she was in the moment. She was, like, you know, all that adrenaline and, like, that fear, those nerves and stuff. And, like, she was like, I did it. Like, he gave her a hug. She gave him a hug. Okay. And they fucking told her, you can't do that, Gabriella. You can't do that. Middle America isn't gonna like that.
Uh-huh.
Why can't I do that? Because he's black.
Yep. No surprise.
Girl turned around, told Alfonso, hey, I'm gonna kiss you next time. And she fucking did. She kissed him on the live. Oh my god. That scene too, like, when I saw it, I was like, you fucking go, girl! So, yeah. Middle America was still an issue. Anyway. Sexual influence was another thing that was hugely on the rise, and was one of the things that parents didn't necessarily like about Beverly Hills 90210. But just like with Party of Five, with drugs and alcohol, Beverly Hills 90210 helped teens be able to talk about and learn how to bring up and talk about sex with their parents. And it actually helped, like, a lot of people at the time. And then, like, also seeing it, because there is one episode of 90210 where, like, pretty sure it's prom night. Cliche, I know. But I don't know who the couple was. I missed that. Again, I haven't seen the show myself. I'm sorry. I'm sure if, like, Sero was the one who watched this documentary, she would have known. Anyway, these two, boyfriend, girlfriend, definitely some sort of dance that was going on. And they got a hotel together. And she gave him her V card. And, like, they actually, like, you know, like, the whole talking about it beforehand and everything, like, there was no cutting the corner. She was like, sex this, sex that, and it's like, damn, Middle America didn't like that. But again, like, this helped a lot of teenagers. Like, these shows helped a lot of teenagers be able to process their own emotions, feel not alone, and actually be able to talk with their parents. Because there were a lot of teenagers who would watch these shows, like, with their parents. So, yeah, like, they had, like, a lot of influence at the time. not just the drama, you know, that happens. Okay, there was like a lot of positive things that were taken away from these shows. But yeah, you got oh yeah, I didn't know when did Cheers was brought up during the documentary, but I didn't actually know when it aired. 82. Okay, yeah, never mind. I don't know why it was brought up. Oh, because it ran for 11 seasons, that's why. Well, whatever. Okay. Anyway. Another big one, Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. Will Smith. That was a huge one. Especially for, like, the black community, I feel like. Like, that and Family Matters. When did Family Matters air? Do you remember Family Matters? I like.
Yeah,
Family
I watched
Matters.
it with my dad. My dad loves
Family
that
Matters
show.
air. It's such a good show. 1989. Okay, so that was before. Damn! 1989? Really? Holy fuck! It did go until 1997, though. So, big chunk of the 90s.
Yeah.
At the tail end of the 80s, big chunk of the 90s. Damn! Such a good show. Sorry, off topic. Anyway, big things that were really popular in the 90s. Reality TV. Cops. Because of the writer's strike, they had to get, creative. So they started showing, like, reality TV, which, like, let's be real, reality TV is so big today. Like, it is huge. Trashy TV. Like, today you got, like, Housewives of whatever.
Yeah,
you had Jersey
million
Shore,
different.
You had, like, it is crazy. But yeah, it started in the 90s. There's also MTV. Like, that was fucking huge. That MTV, going into music a little bit, helped showcase artists that mainstream wasn't necessarily showing, and those people got huge off of MTV. And then you have cartoons were really popular. So, again, like The Simpsons, Magic School Bus. But then there was also things like, I grew up on 90s cartoons and I can't even think right now. Was Hey Arnold? Hold up. Dexter's Laboratory, Ed, and Eddie, Arthur, Ren and Pinky and the Brain. There we go, Pinky and the Brain. Courage the Cowardly Dog. Recess. Spider-Man. Rugrats. Sailor Moon! What's up, bitches? I grew up on that. That was my go-to. I also really liked Ed, and Eddie, to be real. Like, that was trashy TV right there. Courage scared the shit out of me, but loved it. Rugrats, loved
Courage.
that.
Loved Rugrats.
South Park started in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy. Powerpuff Girls.
Loved.
Hey Arnold, I was right. Hey Arnold.
I loved
one.
Hey Arnold.
Oh, the Wild Thornberries.
I loved that show.
Family Guy started in the 90s.
Never watched it. Have no cares for it. I'm being fully honest.
Hercules.
The Disney movie?
Thumbelina.
Oh,
yeah,
Thumbelina!
King of the Hill. That Anakin likes that one. Rocco's Modern Life. Tom and Jerry, the movie.
I don't know if I...
Scooby-Doo.
Scooby-Doo!
It looks like it's a specific movie. I think Scooby-Doo started a little before that, but I could be wrong. A lot of Scooby-Doo movies, it looks like.
Yeah. Love Scooby-Doo.
Aladdin, the 90s? Or am I, like, wrong?
I have no idea. I'm gonna be real.
I don't know. Toy Story. Yeah. So, Mickey's Once Upon a Christmas. Oh my god, I loved that as a kid. It's like one of my favorites to watch every Christmas. So yeah, 90s gave us great cartoons, okay? Mulan! and Tarzan and Hunchback of Notre Dame. That movie is so fucked up.
Yeah, that movie
for
is
a
very
Disney
fucked up.
movie.
Yeah.
And somehow I have art eyes for it. Nope. I love the movie, but it is so fucked up for a Disney movie. So yeah, we have all the cartoons. You also have raunchy comedies like American Pie and Austin Powers. Those were popular. Terminator. So you had big actors Titanic! Let's go, Leo! Leo was a huge actor during the 90s. Heartthrob.
The Romeo and Juliet. The Romeo and Juliet
oh
modernization
my
with the gun.
God. Okay, Leo should have won a Oscar for Titanic. Just saying.
I don't know.
Anyway. Maybe I'm biased because he's really fucking hot in that movie. I know he is controversial.
Yeah, he dates
kind of
young women.
But just saying,
You're out of his age range, honey. I'm sorry.
I know. I will officially be 27 in 2 days.
Yeah,
hey, a lot of people think I'm 22. A lot of people think I'm 22, 23, okay? I could get away with lying about my age with him.
Once he finds out, you're gone, buddy.
I know. But hey, at least a little bit.
Awful.
Don't tell Anna.
Guys, I'm sending the clip right now.
You have Winona Ryder.
Oh, love.
Keanu Reeves.
Oh my gosh.
Was it huge in the 90s?
Love Keanu.
Antonio Banderas. He was a 90s hit. Robin Williams, can't forget him.
Yes.
Arnold Schwarzenegger, his prime at the time. Oh, and we have to talk about Elise. Is it Alicia Silverstone?
Yeah. Alicia,
yeah,
I think.
Alicia Silverstone, the main babe in Clueless. Her iconic fashion in that movie. Iconic. That yellow plaid outfit, nothing can compare. Oh, and actually, Lindsay Lohan's first featured film was The Parent Trap in the 90s, 1998.
Yeah, she did very well in that. I'm gonna be real.
She did. That is still one of my favorite
People thought she was a twin. She did so well.
Yeah! So did I. I think for the longest time I thought she was a twin.
I probably did
Loved
too.
her.
But I also was a huge fan of Mary-Kate and Ashley, so I think, like,
yes!
I was just like, yeah, twin bias.
Yes. Mary-Kate and Ashley will forever have a chokehold on my childhood.
Yeah.
They were my favorite.
I loved all of the movies, all of the detective Mary-Kate and Ashley movies. So good.
There was a family, well, you know this, but there is a family video close to my house, like walking distance from my house. Back in the day, family video. And I would like always rent the Mary-Kate and Ashley like movies from there. I loved it. Sandlot, another 90s classic right there. Can't forget that. And Friends. Friends was a big one too. Thanks to Friends, you know, coffee culture on the rise. You had fashion, like Rachel's fashion, everybody tried to copy. So like overalls, for example, overalls were a big thing in the 90s, and I am so grateful for it because I love overalls. I'm too short for overalls, but I love overalls. Overalls were originally seen for farmers only as like workers wear. But Rachel styled overalls really cute in Friends, and then you also had what's that actress's name? Phoebe from Charm. Sero.
Sorry,
Phoebe
I was
from
reading
Charmed?
up on Family Video. I was like,
Oh my god.
I like looked it up and I was like, Lila's not doxing us, right? Because I've never seen one anywhere else. But it's a chain. It's a chain. Yeah, it's a chain.
Anyway.
Also,
Phoebe
did
from
you know
Charmed.
that they outlived Blockbuster and Hastings Entertainment? They were
Are you serious?
They were the sole surviving video rental chain in the United States.
Damn.
And they also spread to Canada. So they were in Canada as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Damn.
They also
I didn't
branched
realize
off
they were, like,
into
Canada, too.
real estate, 24-hour fitness centers, cell phones, and cable television.
Damn.
Yeah. I did not know they were that big.
Fuck, I didn't either. Holy shit. But Phoebe from Charm.
Yes, sorry.
That actress.
Yeah.
That actress. I can't remember her name, but she also, like, you know, she also was kind of a style icon herself in the day.
She was just hot.
And, yeah, she was.
I remember, especially, you know, when she had that, like, when she got her, like, second power and it was, like, the feelings one and she was, like, horny all the time. I remember having the biggest crush on her during that saga. She's played by,
It's like Alyssa...
Yeah,
Milano or something?
Yeah, oh, yeah, no, that's right. That's right.
Damn! Look at me!
Wow.
I said I loved her. But she also was a style icon, and she would, like, wear, like, really cute overalls and stuff, too. So, overalls were a big thing. Sorry, I know I'm jumping into fashion.
Whoa!
But, yeah, like...
Sorry. I just was looking up Alyssa Milano. Did you know that in the pilot, Phoebe was played by another actress?
I did know that.
I don't remember that at all. Maybe I just haven't watched the pilot. Oh my gosh. Sorry, the lore, guys. I need to get off these tangents. I'm closing everything.
I'm pretty sure there was some... I don't remember what happened. I just know that there was some sort of, like, slight controversy when she took over the role, like, how she got the role or something like that.
I just remember there was beef between them and Piper.
It was Prue.
Prue, not Piper. Prue, yeah.
Yeah. The Shannon, Doherty? I don't know how to say her last name, but she was the one who played in Beverly.
Oh my gosh, and then the actress that played Paige, the way her life went, jeez Louise, we need to do, like, a Charmed episode and, like, dive into, like, all of that.
I don't know anything about how Rose McGowan's life went. I don't know anything about it.
We gotta dive in.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyways.
Enough about Charmed.
Okay, back to Lila talk. I'm gonna just sit here now.
Yeah. VHSs were a huge thing too. I know you and I both had VHS players. I had the VHS DVD combo player. Whoa! In my bedroom! I was so cool, guys.
Me too!
So cool.
I had that too.
Let's see, what else? I
still have a TV with a VHS player.
Do you really?
Yeah,
we got rid of our...
In the basement.
Yeah. I mean, my parents still have all of our, like, VHS tapes, all of our Disney tapes, my Sailor Moon tapes,
I also have my VHS tape rewinder. You know, the machine that rewinds it for you?
Oh, shit, yeah! Guys, rewinding VHS... Our age is showing. Rewinding VHS tapes. I was so impatient all the time.
I just put them in the rewinder, bro. I just, like, stuck them in there and, like, bam.
It is so annoying. Anyway,
we're old!
Yeah. Yeah, we are old. Music was, huge during the 90s. Like, You had Britney Spears in 98, Christina Aguilera in 99, you had Justin Timberlake, you had hip-hop. Hip-hop was huge in the 90s, just like grunge rock, huge in the 90s, and rave culture, huge in the 90s, as well as boy bands, huge in the 90s, and girl groups, big in the 90s. So, got a little bit of everything going on here in the 90s, okay? I'm gonna talk about boy bands first because I'm a boy band fanatic. In case you guys forgot, I'm an official fangirl.
Yeah. Over everything and everyone.
So, the two biggest boy bands of the time were NSYNC and Backstreet Boys, and oh my god, you were one or the other. It was like constant fighting. Oh my god. And the crappiest thing about the whole thing, like these two groups were kind of like pinned against each other, but they had the same management. And the manager was he was a piece of shit human being. And holy shit, did he like he fucking screwed those boys. He screwed them over, and he, oh, Charmed was 90s too! I thought it was 2000s. Charmed started in 98, by the way. Sorry. Anyway,
Wow.
he fucking screwed those boys over with their contracts and everything, and he basically, like, used and abused them, bro. And then on top of, like, pinning them against each other, like, he would pin them against each other. He would start controversies. Total piece of shit. I feel bad for all of the guys who were in those groups. They should not have gone through that. And, you know, it's all love now. I feel like a lot of girls back in the day who were either one or the other support both. Like, you're always gonna have that one you like a little bit more than the other, but there's not all that fighting now, you know what I mean? But, let me... So, in the Backstreet Boys, you had Nick Carter, AJ McClain, Howie... Oh, fuck, I'm gonna fuck up his last name. I was doing really well. Delruff, Kevin Richardson, and Brian Little Fuck me, man. But they, see. I'm trying to think what their, Want It That Way was one of their huge hits. Let's see, there's... Sorry, I got distracted by a notification.
You're good.
Oh, they had a Christmas album! They had a Christmas album!
I don't like Christmas.
The Backstreet Boys sold over 130 million records worldwide, making them one of the world's best-selling music artists at the time. They were the first group since Led Zeppelin to have their first 10 albums reach the top 10 on the Billboard 200. And the only boy band to do so. Sorry, NSYNC. But, yeah, I Want It That Was such a good song. What were their top songs? Let's see. I Want It That Way. Oh, Shape of My...
Want it that way.
Oh, I'll Never Break Your Heart. Let's see. Shape of My Heart. Incomplete. As Long as You Love Me. We've Got It Going On. Back to Your Heart. No one else comes close. Paul, try. Larger than life. Drowning. If you stay. Gotta be you. That makes me think of One Direction. I'm sorry. I am One Direction trash. Then you have NSYNC, who is made up of Justin Timberlake, of course. Lance Bass, JC Chazes, Joey Fatone, and Chris. Oh fuck, Kirkpatrick. I apologize for that. And NSYNC, they did have a heavily publicized legal battle with their former manager, Lou Pearlman, who was the guy that I said was like a bastard to both groups. But anyway, let's see, they had 9 Grammy Award nominations. They also performed at the Super Bowl and sang the national anthem at the Olympic Games and the World Series. They recorded with Elton John, Stevie Wonder, Janet Jackson, Britney Spears, Celine Dion, Aerosmith. Holy fuck, I didn't realize they like did all these collaborations. Holy shit. Of their, let's see, some of their top songs were, God, they look like babies in these pictures. I Drive Myself Crazy, Pop, Gone, Girlfriend featuring Nelly, I Want You Back, Tearing Up My Heart, This I Promise You, come on, A Little More Time on You, It's Gonna Be Me, It's Gonna Be Me, and of course, Bye Bye Bye. I realized I know more NSYNC songs than I know Backstreet Boys songs, so I guess we see where my alliance is at. I'm sorry. I support both groups, guys.
Oh, wow.
I support both. A popular girl group at the time was the Spice Girls. They are super iconic. There wasn't, I feel like, as many girl groups as there was boy groups during that time, but you know, Victoria Beckham. Bruh. I like forgot she was a Spice Girl. Mel B. Emma Budden? Gary Halliwell. And oh no, I'm gonna fuck up her name. Shit. Sero!
Yeah.
SOS.
Melanie.
SOS. Yeah, Melanie! How did I fucking forget how to pronounce that? Melanie! They were super popular. I mean, they started in the UK, and we were gonna, like, kind of focus on the US for this episode, but, like, there's a couple UK mentions, okay, in this episode. But, of course, you have the iconic Wannabe! I love that song. That was from 1996, bro.
Yeah, I know. It's a banger. To this day.
It is. A lot of... Excuse me, sorry guys. There's a lot of, like, really
Sorry,
good
I've been yawning
songs.
too, dude.
Oh, well, that makes me feel better. But yeah, we couldn't forget them. Popular singers, Janet Jackson, Madonna, the Beastie Boys, Blink-182, Pearl Jam, Usher, Destiny's Child. Would Destiny's Child be considered a girl group? There was like 3 of them.
Yeah, they're a girl group.
Yeah. Okay.
Wasn't there 4 of them?
What?
Weren't there 4 Destiny Childs singers?
Oh, was there 4? I thought there was 3. I could be wrong.
Yeah, there's 4 of them.
I didn't. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't. Oh, my bad. I was gonna say, I'm not gonna lie. I never really listened to Destiny's Child. I'm sorry.
Oh, wait. Final lineup was Beyonce Knowles, Kelly Rowland, and Michelle Williams. So you might be thinking of the final lineup then.
Okay, that could be what it was that I was.
Because Say My Name has 4 people.
But oh, that is such a good song, though.
Say my name,
oh my god.
Say my name. My name. No one is around you. Baby, I love you.
Can't forget about this. The iconic grunge rock movement started by Nirvana. Kurt Cobain was at his height during the 90s. And thanks to him, well, not only do we have, like, pretty kick-ass music, but thanks to him, fashion. He kicked off a whole fashion cultural, like, trend. Okay? Plaid. Thrifting. Like, comfy. You know? Like, comfy, okay? Yeah. Because the thing is with the 90s, it was a mix of minimalist fashion, which is a great drastic change from the 80s, and experimental fashion. And I'll get more into that. But yeah, baggy jeans, flannels, plaid, even plaid skirts, like, yeah. We're not gonna go into the whole conspiracy theory behind Kurt Cobain's death. Sorry. Not sorry. I am, like, the conspiracy theory behind it all does intrigue me. Like, the whole 27 Club fucking intrigues the fuck out of me. I think we've briefly talked about it before, but, like, if we ever did an episode on that, I'd be all for it. The 27 Club. Also, just saying, real quick, okay? Not playing into the conspiracies, but also, like, his wife at the time, what was her name? Courtney Love? The craziest thing to me, the big, what's it called? What's it called? Coincidence with his death and her is that she was the actress that played, oh fuck, what was that group? She played, Sid and Nancy. Oh, Sid and Nancy. Have you heard of Sid and Nancy? Holy fuck. Sid and Nancy. That's a whole, like, other thing in itself. That was crazy. Sid was a part of the rock band the Sex Pistols, okay? And Nancy was his girlfriend. And, they had a bit of a toxic relationship, and both heavily relied on drugs, and both ended up dead in their hotel room.
Interesting.
A lot of people kind of blame her. She definitely had an influence, but he still, like, it was his choice to do the drugs and his choice to kind of listen to her and not his bandmates, and, you know, like,
yeah,
it's a really sad story. They were both relying on drugs, but there are a lot of people who blame Nancy for his addiction and codependency. But again, like, it's a two-way street here. But Courtney Love played Nancy in the Sid and Nancy movie that was made about them.
Oh, okay.
And then she's over here with Kurt Cobain. They both have drug dependency and shit. And, like, they're not the best relationship. And he's dead! So, saying anything there.
I don't know. Drugs kill. I don't think it's.
They do.
I don't think
They
it's
do.
honestly that big of a conspiracy. I think he probably overdosed. Like
Yeah.
drug
You know
addicts,
what's really
you have to
bullshit,
take more.
though?
You have to take
You know
more
what's
to
really
get the same
bullshit,
high.
though?
So what?
Yeah. She straight up blamed all of his fans for his death. Like, to their faces.
Interesting.
In a, like, I understand she was mourning, but she didn't have to do that. Like, that was bullshit. Like, that, like, there were, like, a lot of people who were super, like, depressed after that, and, like, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Like, I
heard
fuck
his.
her
I
for
think it was
that.
his manager did like an interview after to like plead to his fans to not,
Yeah.
continue on with
Like,
their depressive thoughts. Try their best to like move
yeah.
forward. Yeah.
Yeah. He clearly had a lot of mental health issues, and then drugs definitely did not help. And he was definitely in a really bad place when what happened.
Yeah.
And he also knew his audience. Well, like, look at the whole grunge movement. Like, you're explaining your emotions. You're being emotional, but not in what was perceived as like a sissy way, I guess you could say. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So obviously all of his fans had a lot of big emotions too that he was catering to. But yeah, it's a tragic story what happened there. But I'm pretty sure the original drummer. Hold on, I need to double check it was Nirvana. Yeah, Dave Grohl.
Mm-hmm.
The drummer. He was the original drummer for Nirvana. I like that guy. He's fucking cool as fuck. He still does a lot of stuff today. He's gone on and he's like played with other bands and stuff. He formed the Foo Fighters. He has been on a lot of like talk shows and stuff too. I've seen him do a lot of different things. He's a pretty cool guy.
Mm-hmm.
He's a really talented drummer. Fuck, I don't remember what this YouTube thing that was going on was, but there's this YouTube channel where they'll bring like drummers on and like try to get them to like play things after listening to something for like 3 seconds and like try to guess what like
Yeah, I've seen that.
it's gonna sound like after that. Yeah, when he was on that, he fucking killed it! Oh shit, is this man cool. And he looks really good for his age, okay? Like, he looks good. For his age. Just saying. How old is he right now?
Lila.
Let's see. He is... Nope, okay. Age 2025. He is 56 years old, and holy shit, is he killing it. He has that long, beautiful hair, he has, like, the whole mustache beard thing going for him, like... He's... he's killing it. He's pretty... Anyway.
You're so funny.
Oh, the Macarena! The Macarena was introduced in the 90s! And it is here to stay! It is like mostly a wedding dance song now, but holy shit. The Macarena was like everywhere. Even people, I think it was, what was it? Was it Congress? Or it was some sort of like government thing that was going on. They had people there doing the Macarena too, and I'm like, yeah, da 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 Macarena. Yeah. Hey, Macarena. But yeah. Also on top of that, you had rave culture. That was huge. I didn't realize how big a rave culture was until like I knew it was big, but I didn't know it was that big. It was like seen as the new like hippie thing.
Yeah.
Because of the music, the lights, people getting arrested, the drugs that were being done. Like rave culture was popping during the 90s. Um and then of course, we cannot forget Selena. You can say her last name.
Selena
I'm not gonna fuck-
Quintanilla.
Yeah, I'm not gonna fuck that shit up.
Selena. I love Selena.
She's so pretty. Her fashion was also like she also started like a thing with fashion. People loved her style.
Her bustiers.
And she was beautiful. What?
Her bustiers that she wore all the time.
Yes! Yes! And she was beautiful, she was young, she had such a great voice, and she was like mixing together that like Hispanic, the Mexican, and I guess Texas. What did you
Texas?
say? Texian?
Yeah.
Texas, yeah. Music. She was definitely a big help on getting like Americans to also like Spanish influence music. So she definitely gone too soon. If you don't know, you've been living under a rock, but she was murdered by what the fuck was she? She was her
It was her the like
fan
president
club.
of her fan club and also
Fan
helped out
club.
at one of her like stores and
Yeah. Selena found out that this lady was kind of like stealing money and stuff from her. She went to confront her. The lady killed her. There's a whole movie starring Jennifer Lopez.
it's such a
really
good movie, guys. It's so
It
good.
is such a good movie. Despite how I feel about Jennifer Lopez, it is such a good movie. Definitely deserves a watch. But yeah, we've talked about doing a Selena episode, but we were holding off because this bitch who killed her is up for parole soon.
Yes.
When is Selena? Oh, and like so many people were so pissed off they had to put this bitch in solitary confinement where she still is to this day because Selena had a lot of fans, people, and they were out for blood.
She was very
bitch.
influential because she, you know, she's Mexican American. She spoke to a lot of other Mexican Americans, but she also spoke to just like children of immigrants in general. And
God,
just like
dude. It's the end of this month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, maybe we should reconsider one of our episode topics.
Yeah, we should.
Like maybe April, because the parole hearing will be done.
Yeah, we'll reconsider one of them.
Yeah, guys, we are gonna get this to you, okay?
In the next month or two.
Yeah, fuck, I didn't realize it was so soon.
For some reason, I thought it was 2026, but...
But I thought, but no, it says March 30th, 2025.
I mean, we probably looked it up in 2023, and it had, like, 2 years left, and we just, like, didn't realize
and part of me was probably also like, oh, we'll see if we're still doing the podcast then.
Yeah.
Lo and behold! Holy shit. Yeah, oh god. Okay, yeah, guys, we're gonna get that to you. You bet your ass we're gonna get that to you. So don't listen to any other news source outlets because we're gonna deliver it to you!
Yeah.
Got it! Got it!
We're gonna break the news.
Sorry. Yeah! But, outside of that, Sero is gonna bring us into the hippity hop. And I really have to pee.
Okay, so yes, like Lila said, hip-hop was on the rise in the 90s. it's always been big, right? And it's like communities, but it was like nationally like becoming big. We have Tupac, we have Notorious B.I.G., we have Fresh Prince, DJ Jazzy and the Fresh Prince, sorry. And we have like countless others that like made it into the phenomenon that it was. I didn't know this little tidbit, but DJ Jazzy and the Fresh Prince, aka Will Smith, were the first hip hop act to win the Best Rap Performance Award in 1989. Which I know it's not the 90s, so well, okay, just hear me out. So the first Rap Performance Award was made in the 1989, and then they won it. And then the next year in 1990, they became the first hip hop act to perform at the Grammys. So a lot of iconic rap moments here at the Grammys in the 1990s, which I guess I just didn't realize that it would not have been an award until then. I just didn't think about it. And then also like the fact that it was Will Smith that won the first one, like DJ Jazzy and Will Smith. That's so random. I don't know. I guess like I knew that he was not just, Will Smith. I knew that he wasn't just like the TV show Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But I guess I never really listened to his music outside of like the few songs that my dad like put on. And I didn't realize just like how influential he was. But a lot of people liked him, and he won the first award and along with DJ Jazzy, and they got to perform at the Grammys in 1990, which is really cool. And while this was awesome, and while the rise of hip hop was incredible during this time, there was also, a lot of envy, a lot of beef, a lot of criminal activity against each other. And with like the P. Diddy stuff that has, been brought to light in recent months, there's probably some more insight into some of this stuff as well. But just to highlight a few of the big ones, Tupac was murdered at the age of 25 years old in 1996, which I really did not realize how young him and B.I.G. were. Like, they were early mid-20s, younger than me. I don't know, it never hit me how young they were. Notorious B.I.G. died at the age of 24, also murdered in 1997. And both of my sisters were very big Tupac fans, so when Tupac was murdered, I wasn't alive yet, but I remember them talking about it when I was a kid. And my sister, same with when Selena died, when she was murdered, my sisters were huge fans of her as well. It like hit them hard. So I can tell you like from firsthand experience that they were way more influential than people think. I think like with kids, like teenagers to adults, they were super influential. They grew the scenes that they were a part of, and they were murdered way before their time. And they were both so young. Selena was 23, Tupac was 25. Like, it's crazy to think about how young they were. I'm trying to think if there's like an equivalent in today's age. Like, I know we've had rappers murdered or die at a young age, but I don't know if there has been like one that was like that.
There's been a lot of, more so than like say murders, there's been a lot of unalivings.
Oh, well, yeah, for sure those. I just didn't know, because like
I cried like a
Well, what
bitch when Liam Payne died.
What's her name? Grimmy or Grammy or Grimmy? Christina Grimmy?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. I was a fan of hers for a really long time. I watched like her YouTube videos before she even went on The Voice, I think she was on. Um she was murdered by a fan.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess yeah. I was thinking more of like fans or um like beef between artists or beef between like record labels or whatnot. Like I feel like a lot of our stuff this day and age is like mental health related, which is still super
Yeah.
like important and valid. I just was trying to think if there was anything like congruent to what
Mm,
Tupac and Selena would have gone through.
yeah.
But yeah, huge spike in popularity of rap
Oh,
amongst like many communities.
real quick.
Yeah.
You made me think of this. I actually don't really know what's been going on with P. Diddy. Like, I really don't know anything at all
We should
about his
do
case
we should
or the
do an
charges or
episode.
anything. Like, I don't know anything.
We could dive in, bro.
We could.
There's a lot going on.
Because when you brought him up, I was like, I know he's a bad person. I just don't really know what's
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on.
Well,
Like, I
cause
don't know what he did.
like he was involved in all of this like era too, so it would be interesting to
We
dive into
haven't
him
talked
as
about
well.
him at all.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Just had to say that.
Yeah. And sticking with the death and sadness, Lila's gonna talk
Yeah.
about Princess Diana. Or Diane,
Oh,
sorry.
yeah. Diana. Did I write Diane? My bad.
Okay, good. I
It's
thought I
Diana,
was
right?
wrong for a second. I was like, wow, I've been calling her the wrong name for my entire life. Okay, we're good.
My bad. My grandmother's name was Diane, so.
Yeah.
um.
I knew that.
Okay, yeah, that was it for music. Okay. So, Princess Diana. She died August 31st, 1997. And holy shit, that rocked the world to its
Yeah.
core. Everybody mourned Diana. Everyone. And to this day, I still think it's bullshit. The queen had the boys walk behind the casket.
Yeah.
Anyway, not talking about that here. We're not talking about the royal family. Um, Princess Diana she was a great mother. She was married to Charles,
Now
who
King
was cheating on her
Charles.
the whole
Yeah.
time with Camilla. Um,
Yeah.
who was cheating on her the whole time with Camilla. Who he is currently married to now that Diana is dead.
Yep.
And she was a really kick-ass woman. She was a great
Yeah.
mom, loved her kids, put her kids first. She was an AIDS advocate. She was one
Yeah.
of the first people to like show that people with AIDS are not like you're not going to get AIDS just from helping people or touching people. She would like hug them and everything.
Yeah.
She also did a lot with landmines. To help clean up landmines and stuff. She was just such a like open-hearted person, very sincere and caring, beautiful woman inside and out. A fashion icon. Like, let's talk about the revenge dress.
I
Okay.
know. It was so
Holy
good.
shit. She was a fashion icon through and through. But unfortunately, she did have a really bad marriage. Like, it is very well known now about the poor marriage. And she had really bad mental health. She had really bad depression. She did throw herself down the stairs at one point when she was pregnant. And it did not help that Charles was a piece of shit of a husband. Just saying. And it did not help that he was cheating on her, because she definitely knew about it. Just saying. And there are a lot of conspiracies surrounding her death. If it was, planned. If it, like, who was involved. If the royal family's covering something up. There's so many, like, if you look into it, there is actually, like, a lot of sketchy, like, actual sketchy shit
Mhm.
revolving around her death, like, inside and out. But if you were to listen to what the boys, her sons say, Prince Harry blames the paparazzi, because paparazzi did follow her everywhere. Like, they were up her ass
Relentless. Yeah.
24/7. Yeah. So, might have been an accident and it was the paparazzi. It could have actually been a planned conspiracy from the royal family. It could have been a number of things. It wasn't just her who died. It was her fiance. Were they engaged?
I don't remember.
I think it was her fiance. If they weren't engaged, I'm pretty sure he was planning on proposing, according to his dad. But, like, fuck, what's his name? I need to say his name. I can't, like, just not say her name and not his. Who died? Fuck, what was his name? Who died with Diana? Jodie Fade. Fiade. I'm pretty sure is how you say it. Dodie. Dodie, Diana's partner, yeah, found dead inside the car. He was a pretty big figure himself. I believe his dad was a billionaire businessman? A billionaire businessman? Heh, get this. This is his dad, Mohammed Al Fayed, the flamboyant Egyptian-born billionaire businessman whose son was killed in a... Huh?
That description.
Oh, I know! Yeah, that description. Damn! So yeah, he was from, like, a very well-off, influential family. There we go. That's how I wanted to say it. And his dad, like, to this day, thinks foul play was involved, I'm pretty sure. I know he did back then. I can't say if he still does to this day, but he has been an advocate that, like... Oh, he died! At 94. Oh, that's sad. Damn, that was 2 years ago. He died 2 years ago. That's pretty sad. Well, I guess now I don't know what his standing to this day is, because he's dead! But, grandchildren... Oh, well, okay, I need to stop reading that article. That's sad. Anyway, he claimed... This has not been backed up by anybody, but he claims, I think it was him that claimed that she was pregnant with his, Dodie's child. I'm pretty sure he was the one that started that rumor.
Papa.
But yeah, anyway, there's a lot of controversy surrounding her death because, outside of what happened being, like, really weird to begin with, she was not taken to the hospital right away. And there is reason, that she might have survived if she were taken to the hospital. But she was not. How long was it? How long did it take? This happened in France too.
Yeah.
By the way. Take for paramedics to take Diana hospital. Because I'm pretty sure Dodie died on impact.
Yeah, I believe so.
101 minutes to get her to a hospital that was only 6 kilometers away. So that is another reason why there is a lot of conspiracy behind her death. Obviously, I don't think we'll ever actually know the truth. It is really sad, and she was such an iconic influence, and that literally, like, when she died, like, the world, like, it hit everybody hard. It was sad. She was a good person, and she definitely, like, way too soon. So. But, speaking of her fashion, ooh, let's talk about 90s fashion, my favorite topic. Like I said earlier, fashion at the time was a mix of minimalist and experimental. Specifically like streetwear. Streetwear was huge during this time. We got the tramp stamp, guys. The tramp stamp was in. The tramp stamp was in. We got the iconic slip dress. Like I said earlier, we got the flannels, thanks to grunge. Got the plaid skirts. Because other styles that were in were preppy. Goth, 1970s revival. Like, you have all these plain influence into grunge. You have all this plain influence into 90s. Especially hip-hop. Hip-hop influenced 90s fashion majorly as well. Especially, like, the jewelry and, like, the crop tops. We got tracksuits. I feel like tracksuits were definitely more 2000s, especially the Juicy Couture ones. Those were 2000s. But the start of the tracksuits was the 90s. Like I said before, you had the overalls that made their way. We had board shorts, horizontal striped shirts, especially like neon ones and stuff, kind of like what Will Smith would wear for Fresh Prince. Leopard print. Now I know each like era kind of has its own leopard print, but leopard print done in the 90s was actually like really, really cute. Fox fur coats. Oh my god, I was showing Sero this picture earlier of Usher in this giant fox fur coat. Those were big. Pleather. Pleather. Oh my god, pleather outfits. Woo! You got like the pleather dresses, the pants, like the jackets. That was really in. I don't know how I feel about pleather. I'm okay with it, like, in certain sense. I feel like it depends. I don't know if I'm a big fan of like tight pleather, like say like pleather skinny jeans or something. I just don't think they're comfortable. And they only, like, depending on how thin or thick it is, will depend on how it actually shapes the body. So that's just that's like a hit or miss sort of thing. Denim. Denim was huge in the 90s. You got the, like, baggy denim jeans that were really popular, also thanks to hip-hop. I don't think this was until the 2000s, but Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears' denim outfit. Hold on, I need to look up when that was. I don't think that was till the 2000s, but it does, like, give 90s vibes. Let's see. Britney Spears and Justin Timberlake denim. Let's see. This was... Okay, well this doesn't help. What year was it? What year? 2001. Okay. So just a little after the 90s. Like I said, 2000s. But it does give, like, 90s vibes, let's be real. But that was, like... That outfit is, like, everything. I love Britney's outfit. In that? Oh my god. And then, like, the denim hat with the denim blazer. Okay, so... Don't come at me now. Like, some aspects of this is actually really cute. It's a vibe. It's a vibe. Some of it is a vibe. Anyway. Let's see. Oh, yeah, bandanas and jewelry from hip-hop. Those were really popular. We also have the slap bracelets that I talked about earlier. We can't forget that. Those were fun. Actually, I still love playing with those. And that definitely made a comeback in, like, mid-2000s, I think. Like, those were fun. Actually, I really like slip dresses too. I know I already listed this off, but I have a slip dress that I, like, adore. And I'm pretty sure I wore one my senior year of high school. Like, slip dresses are cute. Anyway. Oh, swirl patterns. Yeah, so swirl patterns. This is... It's not just, like, swirls, but, like, big, bold patterns, I feel like, in general. Again, like, the big, bolder patterns were kind of more 2000s, but, like, the swirl patterns you will still see in the 90s. Because they were fun, they were different. Like I said, this is experimental fashion, okay? Then you have, like, the different haircuts that are going on. You got the pixie cut. You got a lot of bowl cuts. Sorry, kids. Even, like, different male actors had bowl cuts. Some of them pulled it off way better than others. You have the bob cut. You have the Rachel cut. What Jennifer Aniston, one of her hairstyles in Friends, known as the Rachel cut, that was really popular at the time. So yeah, there were a lot of trends going on during that time. A lot of mix of trends going on. But I love 90s fashion, and I love 2000s fashion, and I dare you to come at me, bro, with that. I love it. But unfortunately, this was also the time for... What am I listening to? Oh. Sorry, I'm listening to a 90s playlist as I'm talking. Okay. Unfortunately, something that did come out of the 90s was weight issues and small waistlines. Smaller was better. Smaller was in. Smaller was sexy. And it did cause a lot of health issues and eating problems, disorders. This is pretty prevalent through the 2000s too. Like, it was really bad in the 2000s, if not even worse. I don't know the statistics for that, but I mean, I lived through it, so... When did Victoria's Secret start? Victoria's Secret start. Oh, 1977. Okay, when did the Victoria's Secret Angel start? $1995 at the Victoria Fashion Show. Okay, that's what I... Oh. Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Let's... Kate Moss. Kate Moss, beautiful person, beautiful model. She was the face of Calvin Klein at one point. and she's just naturally smaller, okay? Has a naturally smaller body. And Calvin Klein, the owner, designer, he loved working with Kate Moss, and he loved how small she was. And again, this is going into like the minimalist part into things. She was very like natural. He wanted to go for a natural look, and she was very natural. So she became like a sensation, and her look was the it look. And a lot of other models did some unhealthy things to try to lose weight and be that skinny. And obviously that's not Kate Moss's fault. But it's not just her, okay? Victoria's Secret fashion show. The first angel to walk in the Victoria's Secret fashion show was in 1995, though that individual technically didn't become an angel until 1997, but like the angel started in the 1990s, and that Victoria's Secret Angels, Victoria's Secret's fashion show, Victoria's Secret in general, is another notorious company for. Are you talking?
No, I'm not.
Oh, okay. I saw your mouth moving and I was like, are you talking?
No.
It's also notorious for making women want to be smaller, like the models on TV, and also models trying to be smaller.
Mhm.
You had people starving themselves. You had the cotton ball trick. You've heard of that, right?
Cigarettes. Lots of cigarettes as well.
Cigarettes. Yep, cigarettes. And if for those of you who don't know the cotton ball trick, you would like dip cotton balls in like juice or something
And just
and
like
swallow them. It very unhealthy. I pretty sure I tried to do that at one point in time, but I couldn't eat the cotton ball. Trauma! Anyway,
yeah, trauma.
Started in the 90s, went well through the 2000s. That was a very bad thing that came out of the 90s fashion trend. But yeah. Do you want to go into games, or do you want me to do extreme sports? I don't have much for extreme sports.
Yeah, you can just wrap up sports and then we can do games and then the web.
Okay. So, extreme sports was a huge thing in the 90s. Skateboarding,
Tony Hawk!
other Tony Hawk! Surfing, snowboarding was a huge one. Wrestling, the WWF, which is now the WWE, I'm pretty sure started in the 90s. I love how I wrote bro, I got this.
Yeah,
So,
I know, I saw that.
WWF, now the WWE, had huge big name people like Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who I think we all should know.
Yeah.
And Stone Cold Steve Austin, another big guy, another big one.
It's John Cena!
John Cena, but I don't think he was WWF.
No, he would have been WWE. He wouldn't have been WWF.
Hulk Hogan, I'm pretty sure.
Oh yeah.
Hogan. There is somebody really big that I'm forgetting right now that I
You would know more than me.
Let me. Oh fuck, who was it? Oh, I don't want WWE. I want WWF. You piece of shit. Big stars in WWF. Was Andre the Giant WWF? My dad would know this.
Yeah, I don't know. My dad hated WWE. He thought it was fake. Fake wrestling. He wanted to watch MMA. UFC.
I want to say Andre the Giant was WWE. Okay, let's just do this. Let's just Google WWF.
That's not what you were doing? I thought that's what you were doing this whole time.
It gave me a World Wildlife Fund.
Alrighty.
They actually lost the name WWF to World Wildlife Fund.
Yeah.
That's funny. No wonder why I'm not getting anything from it.
No, is it WWWF?
Oh, maybe.
I think it's 3
World
W's.
Wrestling Federation. World Wrestling Federation. That's what I thought it was.
Worldwide Wrestling Federation. Yeah, that's what it was. It was WWWF. A long ass name.
Shawn Mendes. Oh, Shawn Mendes was WWF. Okay. Undertaker. I didn't realize he was also that. Bret Hart, Roddy Piper. See, some of these people I knew. I just didn't know like what generation they were.
What era they're in.
Yeah. I loved Shawn Mendes. Or not Mendes, Michaels. Shawn Michaels.
Shawn Mendes! Imagine Shawn Mendes.
I can't. He'd die. He'd be a toothpick. I also really liked The Undertaker and Triple H. Let's see. We have The Ultimate Warrior, Randy Savage, Jimmy Hart, Brian Clark, Ronda Singh, Bret Hart. Wasn't Chyna? She was a female wrestler. I'm pretty sure Chyna was also this generation. Stone Cold Steve Austin, Kane, Mick Foley. Oh god, Mick Foley scared the shit out of me. As a kid, holy fuck. Mick Foley and Undertaker did scare the shit out of me as a kid, not gonna lie. Oh. Was Chyna? Okay, hold up. Was Chyna? Yeah, she was also. Yep, Chyna was. Chyna was a kick-ass, woman wrestler, and holy fuck, she could definitely snap somebody's neck with, like, her arms or her thighs or something. Like, she is strong as fuck! She began her career as a belly dancer. Did not know that. That is not what I would think by looking at her. Do you know who I'm talking about?
I don't know any WWE people.
I'm gonna send you a picture of her, and then you'll understand. She's kick-ass, though. She is kick-ass.
Oh, yeah. I do know that one.
Like, muscle, bruh. Holy fuck, she was a belly dancer? Jesus shit!
Belly dancers need a lot of core strength.
That's true. She definitely has it. Oh my god, she is ripped. Not in that picture I sent you, but like...
Yeah.
I don't know. Some of these pictures...
She also could have got more ripped after belly dancing. Like...
That's true. As a wrestler, she definitely got more ripped. Because, like, if you look at this picture that I'm about to send you, she scares me in this picture. She scares me. Like, it's an intimidating woman, okay? She's kick-ass, though. Good for her. So, yeah, we had extreme sports was definitely on the rise. I do remember, what year did Rocket Powers come out? Rocket Power. Oh. 1999. Yes! I loved Rocket Power. Okay? This cartoon was everything to me, and it was a cartoon about extreme sports. They always were skateboarding, they did rollerblading, surfing. It was just like a bunch of kids who were friends doing extreme sports. And I loved it. I wanted to be like them. There was one girl in the group, and she had purple hair, and I wanted to be her. Do I know how to do any extreme sports? No. Unless you count figure skating an extreme sport, but I wouldn't. Like, it is a sport that takes a lot of, athletic ability, but, like,
Yeah.
it's not like. Well, if rollerblading in this is considered an extreme sport, then maybe. I don't know. I don't know where figure skating falls under that, but I want to go. I want to learn how to snowboard. I want to learn how to surf. I still want to do those things. I would be interested in learning how to skateboard. Not gonna lie. Okay. Like,
I know how to ride a
I love
skateboard
rocket
down my
power.
driveway.
The only time I ever tried a skateboard, I fell. So it wasn't even my size though. Like, it wasn't for me. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah.
It was my brother's. So it was small.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm small, but it was smaller than
Yeah.
me. But yeah, anyway, yeah, no, extreme sports were. I think
Big.
they're so cool still. Like, it impresses me. So, but yeah, extreme sports were really popular then. So,
All right. Now we're going to the games, guys. Because we're gamers, as you know. Games were hella expensive in the 90s, guys. While researching this, it was like, oh yeah, games cost like 60, 70, $80. And I was like, that's what they cost now. And then I forgot that, like, money changes with time. So really what that would be today is like $100 to like $175 for a game. And like consoles were like the same price as they would be now, which means they'd be even more expensive back then. Like it was a huge, there was such a high cost of manufacturing and distributing like consoles and cartridges because games were on cartridges, not on discs. So a lot of kids to like to be able to like afford any games without the help from their parents, which a lot of like the trend seemed back in that day that parents weren't really trying to help you out with that kind of stuff. Like they're like, you want to have a game? All right, go get some money then. So they were lemonade standing. They were mowing lawns. They were, out there on the streets helping out the neighborhood to get some money to eventually afford like one game during the summer. So they basically just had one game and they played that for like the whole year. And then they got another game the next summer. Like it's crazy how expensive they were. Like I find it expensive now. I can't imagine paying like $125 for a game.
yeah.
I would scream. Another thing about price wise, they couldn't just like look up shit on the internet and like find a FAQ about like how to beat this boss or how to get through this level. So they had to call video game tip lines and pay money 90 cents a minute to be able to like get any help on games. I was listening to a video and the guy that was like narrating it, he was like, I remember there was a time where I stole my mom's credit card and I like called to get like help in this one level and it was 2 minutes and I was so nervous that I was gonna get in trouble. Bruh, that's crazy. Cause like the World Wide Web was just being started. Like it had just started in the 90s. So there weren't a lot of pages that were specifically for games. Like they would be like out there eventually, like in the coming years, but not right away. So you had to like pay for people's times, and they would be like geniuses. They would know every game. They'd know all the tricks. Yeah, so calling in tip lines for video games is like insane to me, but that's how they got shit done. They also had
That would probably
game
be me.
genies. Have you ever heard of a game genie, Lila?
Nope.
Okay,
Mm-mm.
I had not either. I'm pretty sure my dad's talked about these before because he had a Sega Genesis. And this was initially only for the Nintendo Entertainment System, but it eventually got versions for the Super NES, the Game Boy, the Sega Genesis, and the Game Gear. It's a line of video game accessories that allowed players to alter code in the game. So they were cheat cartridges. They enabled you to do cheat codes and like pass levels and like do secret shit. Like there's so much that you could do with Game Genies. So you'd get a Game Genie and then you'd get a Game Genie guide. And that was how you'd be able to like get through games without having to call tip line and shit. Those debuted in 1990, by the way. So like right at the beginning of the 90s. They had cheat cartridges for games. So fun. I'd never heard of them before. But my dad has talked about using cheat codes on like games when he was a kid. So I bet that's how he did it then. Yeah, it's really interesting to like.
Makes sense.
I would never have, because you always think like, oh, things were less expensive back then. Like houses, way less expensive. College, way less expensive. Video games, way more expensive, guys. Way more. We are lucky. We are lucky.
Video games because we can't afford houses out here.
I know.
Huh. Yeah, that is interesting.
Tickle Me Elmo? You put that in there? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Bro, wait until I tell you about the Tickle Me Elmo drama, okay? Actually, I'll talk about it now. Tickle Me Elmo. Okay? That doll was huge in the 90s. So huge, in fact. It was always flying off the shelves. You couldn't fucking get a hold of the damn thing, okay? It was so... Sorry. It was so bad. It was like Black Friday in these shops. People were fighting each other for these Elmo dolls. Violence ensued. Like, for Elmo! Elmo wouldn't want that! Crazy shit, okay? I can't believe,
I'm
like,
pretty
when
sure
I
had
found
one.
out... I can't remember if I had one or not.
I think I did.
I was a huge Teletubbies girl. Like I liked
Me
Sesame
too.
Street
I had a life size Lala stuffed animal.
Yeah. My sister was more of the Sesame Street and Barney
Ah, loved
compared
Barney.
to me. But I mean I still watch Sesame Street. But yeah, Tickle Me Elmo. Bro, it was crazy out there. Sorry, I took a drink. Yeah. People were fighting each other. Basically fighting each other for a Tickle Me Elmo doll. Like, what is your life? I have the hiccups. But yeah, outside of Tickle Me Elmo, another popular game or pet was Tamagotchis! Tamagotchis and Gigapets. Tamagotchis and Gigapets. Oh my gosh. You know, parents always telling kids no that they can't have a dog, can't have a cat. You know what they did instead? They got their own digital pet!
Mm-hmm.
That fucking die on you.
Yeah, for no reason sometimes.
Just fucking die. Like, I guess this was an actual problem in the 90s. Kids getting, like, woken up in the middle of the night just to take care of their fucking virtual pet so it didn't die. Or, like, if you're at school,
Yeah.
you would have somebody take care of it for you or, like, bring it with you. I remember I had a little pet shop digital pet. I brought that thing with me everywhere. I had a husky, guys. I don't remember its name, but I dropped it. I even brought it into the bathtub with me.
Oh my goodness.
That didn't end well. It never worked again. Talk about killing a pet.
Yeah.
Damn. But, yeah. Who, like, doesn't love Tamagotchi? Sero got me a Tamagotchi, guys.
I did.
I don't remember what it was for, Christmas or my birthday, I don't know.
Yeah, one of the two.
I don't remember. Yeah. As a present, and oh my god, I was so happy. I was so excited. I love it. I still have it. It's in my little drawer by my bed. But another fun little 90s thing was Beanie Babies. You gotta collect them all, bro.
Yeah.
And do not cut the tag off. Or else it's not worth anything.
I mean, they aren't worth anything anyways. They thought they were gonna be so big, bro.
You do have some that are a lot of money, like the Princess Diana one.
Yeah, there are a few. There are a few, but people really thought they were gonna be way bigger than they ended up being.
Yeah. They're so cute. I loved
My dad and my
Beanie
grandma
Babies.
collected them, so now I have like 1 million of them.
My grandfather, there's still definitely some in the attic.
Mm-hmm.
I would need to look at what he has up there. But my mom also was a big Beanie Baby fan.
Yeah.
I loved Beanie Babies. Just I loved playing with them.
Yeah, no,
Are you
I played
kidding
with
me?
them too.
I was a huge stuffed animal. Aw. I still am. I have. Let's see. Plushie-wise, I definitely don't have as much as I would like, but I also share an apartment with my boyfriend. And I don't have that much room. I have Chopper from One Piece, I have Squirtle, I have Snorlax Squishmallow. I have a red panda. I think his name is Cone or Con from Bleach, the little perverted plush stuffed animal. And actually, his nose did fall out on mine too. That wasn't even intentional. Let's see. Who else have? Oh, I have a plush little Todoroki. I have a plush, like, sushi cat. Sushi cat. I adore that. I definitely have, like, 3 or 4 more small ones, but I can't remember what they are. But love my Chopper, love my Snorlax. I love all my plushies. They need homes. I have a Boba one, too. The Boba one. Oh, I have the, No Face that Sero got me that sits on my desk over here.
Mm-hmm.
Next to my computer. My little No Face. He always chills out here. It's my buddy. My PC buddy. Will become my streaming buddy. This week. You guys, that'll happen with... This episode's gonna be aired, like, after that, so...
Yeah. We hope you enjoyed it.
Yeah! Hope you were there! And then, we can't forget Pogs. Pogs. The gambling for kids. That's basically what it fucking was gambling. Like...
Let's go gambling.
I heard that like some schools like banned them because of that.
I'm sure they did.
Yeah. Did you ever have Pogs?
I don't think so.
I didn't either. I think we were just a little too young for that.
I think we were.
In the 90s. Yeah. Because that was not... There's a lot of 90s stuff that went into the 2000s, but I don't think that was one of them.
No.
And then, of course, we can't forget, we have the SNES, so the Super Nintendo Entertainment... Yep, entertainment system. And we have the Super Nintendo 64! We have two beautiful systems that Nintendo blessed us with within the same decade. So, yeah, like, that's amazing. Also, like, Ocarina of Time also came out in the 90s. Like, hell yeah! Hell yeah!
Hell yeah.
What was it, 98? Yeah, 98 that it came out. Did you know that it is believed that, semi-confirmed, the name hasn't been confirmed, but the fact that they used someone's likeness has been confirmed. But it is believed that heartthrob Leonardo DiCaprio as a kid was used as inspiration for the way Link looks.
Yeah, interesting.
Because the person who like helped design him was a fan of Leo.
Yeah. Interesting.
But it isn't like confirmed that it was Leo. It could have been like a different heartthrob, but it was like confirmed that it was like a heartthrob, like an actor heartthrob during that time, or a famous kid heartthrob. So,
okay.
Yeah, fun little fact there. But yeah, that was entertainment in the 90s, guys.
Hard work, expensive shit.
God, no fucking kidding.
And probably one of the most influential creations from this time period. The World Wide Web. The internet.
Oh, yeah.
The internet was created the internet was made public in the 90s, 1993. It was invented by Tim Berners-Lee while working at the European Organization for Nuclear Research. And okay, the reasoning behind this creation that is now like iconic and like maybe a little too influential, if I'm being honest, is that he wanted an easier way to send documents between like departments. So he just wanted to like make it easier and just like have hyperlinks so everyone could just like go to this hyperlink and see the documents they needed. That's the reason. That's the reason he created the internet.
You're shitting me.
Yeah. He was just like, man, this is really inefficient. I hate having to like send documents over to these other departments. I wish we could all just like see everything. And then he made this, and then it became the internet. I saw a video of like newscasters trying to like figure out the internet, and I sent Lila this, but there's a video of like, it's like a intro to the internet by kids. Yeah, they're like kids teaching you how to go on the internet, and they're like, it's so easy. And then they were like, you just type in www. Blah, 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 blah. It was so weird. Like, the video is crazy. It really is. But yeah, no, that the internet's creation being in the 90s, insane.
Because it's like developed so much.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like, it was just like random hyperlinks for a while. Like, I think one of the first ones was MTV. Because MTV was huge in the 90s because of like all the music. Music was huge, MTV was huge. I remember like I have family home videos of me as a baby standing and dancing in front of the TV as my dad has MTV on, just playing random music and shit. And then they got a website and it got even bigger. Like the teens were all over that shit. And that obviously grew into what we now know as the internet today.
Yeah, dude. Oh my god. Growing up in like, I know again we're gonna do a 2000s episode, so we'll talk about it like more then. But like, I remember the internet then is so different. I feel like
it's so different.
I've gone back and revisited some of the sites I used to visit as a kid, which, hold on, this will be a topic then, but parents did not.
No, they didn't know. They didn't know anything. They didn't know a thing.
They did not know anything. But I visited some of the sites that I used to visit back then as a kid, and they're so different now. They're so different. So different.
When I was in preschool, they offered a computer class. So when I was in preschool, I would go to these computer classes and I would learn how to use a computer and like what are the icons and like how to get to the start menu and like I would play PC games at my preschool. I would have like a lesson.
Oh my god. And PC games were everything.
They were so good. I remember there was a Lion King one I was obsessed with, and a Winnie the Pooh one. Oh my gosh, I was so happy about it.
I had a little bear one.
I still have mine, and I have right next to me. I have a case full of my PC games. I have so many of them in here. But yeah, I would go home after preschool. I would go home and I would get on my mom and dad's computer and I would like move all their shit around, reorganize, like make sure their like files were like in the right spots, update things. Like my mom would be like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like I don't even know how you're doing that or why what are you doing? Like she had no clue. And I think that's like that was a big thing that I was realizing in the video that the kids like teaching about internet, they were really harping on like even your mom or dad could do this. And it really shows that like from the very get-go, the teenagers, the kids, those were the people that were like so gun-ho about the internet. Like there was some reluctance from the older generations, as there always is with like any technological like advancement, but it was kind of crazy to me because like we all use the internet now. Like I can't think of anyone that other than like people that live out in like the country or something, but or in like a country that doesn't have internet access as easily, but it really is in most people's everyday lives. And it's become such a convenience that I don't think like our society could function without internet. I'm gonna be real.
Oh, I don't think
like if the internet died, our entire like world would crumble at the seams, which is really scary actually to think about. Like just one flip of a switch. Obviously, it's not one flip of a switch, but like one thing disappearing and your whole society would devolve into chaos.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite games used to be this like Dora game.
Oh,
I think it
Dora!
might have been like a racing game. I think it was like a racing Dora game or something. I don't really remember, but it was like one of my go-to games along with the Little Bear game.
I have Sonic 3D Blast, and then I have Sonic R, and I have Carmen Sandiego, and Yu-Gi-Oh, and Nancy Drew, and
Yu-Gi-Oh, yes.
A Barbie game, Bugs Life, Diva Stars, which is kind of like Bratz. I have a Pet Shop, a Fisher Price Pet Shop game, a My Little Pony game, Jump Start. Oh, I loved those games. Jump Start
My mom
Adventure,
got me
where
a
you
lot
had
of
to
like
do like math and shit.
yeah, my mom got me a lot of math games because she was like, "Well, you suck at math and
Yeah.
you're on the computer all the time, so might as well do something useful."
I loved math games. Maybe that's why I'm so good at
Math
math.
and spelling. Math and spelling.
Yeah.
I loved playing the game.
Let me see.
It's different in
Sorry
school
for the
though, bro.
ASMR,
It's
guys.
different in school.
What else do we have in here? I have. Oh my goodness.
Like
Lila. I
yeah.
opened. Okay, first of all, I have a lot of VSTG games back here that I didn't realize I had on disc.
Yeah.
And more so, I have found my Shrek 2 Party CD. It's a karaoke performance track. More kids fun. It's a small world. Yummy, yummy, yummy. Who let the dogs out? Purple People Eater. Let's see what else I have. Oh, I have the greatest Disney hits, volume 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my gosh, Lila. I have a CD called Teen Hits Volume 3. And it has Love Don't Cost a Thing by Jennifer Lopez. It has 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton. I'm a Believer by Smash Mouth. Get the Party Started by Pink.
Yes.
Swing Swing by the All American Rejects. Oops, I Did It Again. I was obsessed with that song, guys. I was obsessed. I have several videos of me singing that song. We're going through a whole 90s like thing right now. Look, I have Justin Timberlake on here.
Used to sing karaoke. Sarah and I used to sing karaoke.
Yes,
all the time,
we
guys.
did. Yeah, I have a High School Musical disc. I have Radio Disney. Oh my gosh. What? Oh my gosh, Love Shack is a little old place. The Cheetah Girls!
Yes!
I have the Cheetah Girls disc CD in here. I have Disney Channel Hits music video DVD. Oh my goodness, this is all so fucking old. Now 24. You remember those Now?
Oh my god. Those Nows. Or like, you know what I had a lot of?
I have a Camp Rock karaoke series CD, guys.
You know what I had a lot of?
What?
I had a lot of burned CDs.
Yeah.
Burned CDs.
Yeah, I have a lot of burned movies.
You didn't fucking know what was gonna be on that shit.
Oh my gosh. I just found my Palms tryout music in here. Jump In? Oh my gosh.
Jump In was one of my favorite Disney movies.
Hannah Montana the movie. A Very Merry Kids Bop. I had a lot of hits and bangers, guys. I'm just saying.
The Kids Bop era.
Honestly.
Isn't Kids Bop still going on now?
Yeah, it is. It is. I saw them do a Chapel Roan cover, and it was very weird.
Yeah, I feel like that would be.
Yeah, I was waiting for them to do a Kendrick Lamar Not Like Us cover, but they never did.
I don't think they're doing that.
I know, but they change everything but keep the beat. I think it would be sick. They could do it. It's just a lot of work. But yeah, that's our like CD adventure that we just went on. I like remember I had that like silver karaoke machine that you could put like tapes and DVDs in, and it had like a microphone. And then I had the little blue radio thing too.
I had a purple boombox, and I also had that black karaoke machine that had the little disco light thing on it. With the microphones. And then when the Wii came out, I had a bunch of karaoke games for that.
Oh yeah, me too. I had the High School Musical one.
Yeah.
Man, we had a lot of fun, guys.
Bro. Yeah. Late 90s, early 2000s, guys.
Yeah, no. I can't wait to talk about the 2000s. I really can't. Like, we're gonna get into
there's a
some
lot of
stuff.
like the Brittany, Christina,
Yeah.
Hillary, and Lindsay and
Yeah,
Paris.
it's gonna get wild.
But yeah, I don't have an outro. Hold on, give me a second. I can make an outro.
Okay. Wait, what is our next episode?
That's a good question. You should look into that.
Okay, I'll look into that. Alright, guys, give me a second. I gotta look into it. Living in my own world. Didn't understand that anything could happen. Season 3. The list. Okay, so next episode is our astrology day. Our International Astrology Day.
I'll be fun. That would be so fun.
Yeah.
Okay, I got you. Are you ready?
Yes.
Guys, I cheated. I used ChatGPT, but it's good. It's good.
Wow.
Trust me.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm reading. This is a cold read. Oh shit. This is a cold read. I had no clue what it said. Okay. Alright, that's a wrap on today's totally rad trip back to the 90s. We laughed, we reminisced, and we probably made you want to dig out your old Walkman and play some mixtapes. We didn't talk about the Walkman. If you had as much fun as we did, don't forget to hit that like, subscribe, follow, depending on the platform. I added that in. So you never miss an episode, because we've got plenty more nostalgia coming your way. Got a favorite 90s memory or topic you want us to cover next?
Okay, Lila, I don't think this
Actually,
is quite...
no, how about the 2000s? 2000s, guys, 2000s. Oh, nope. We love hearing from you fellow 90s kids! Woo! Until next time, keep it cool, keep it classic, and as they used to say, talk to the hand if you're not down with the 90s. Catch you later!
Alrighty. At this point, hopefully I will be raiding into somebody. I will be technically on vacation, but hopefully I'm paying attention and I will raid in. And you will be raiding somebody, and I will be very happy if you say hello, have a nice day. I don't know. What I hope we're raiding somebody. If we're not, this is us saying goodbye. That we love you all. Thank you for coming to our recorded episode, our first one of the season. And
Biscuits. Woo!